So, how the fuck is everybody? I have missed you guys. I'm ready to get back into this shit.
We missed you too, Beck.
I'm surprised you're
Thanks.
saying that, considering the chat in the green room, and you kicked me out of the room twice at least.
Well, you deserved it both times, sir. First you wanted me to choose you or Granny. You know I'm going to pick Granny.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the second time you were just blatantly being an ass. I can't say that yet. Kind of jerky.
Okay. Well, I get it. I'm not. Look, I'm not saying I'm blaming you. I'm just not saying I'm not either.
Yeah, there'll be so Granny's here with me because she's amazing. I asked her to come up and help me get my feet wet again. And I somehow accidentally invited Nick, but he's here, so we'll just accept him for who he is.
Yeah.
For the 30
I'm
minutes he can
surprised
stay.
Purple isn't here.
I don't know if I sent her no, that's right. She's down with her brother. They're fixing her car.
Oh, okay.
From the deer accident.
Yeah.
So, and she's building a ramp for her brother's house because he's having trouble getting the angles and stuff right. And Perp used to do that stuff. So she's down there.
I'm glad Purple's getting the car fixed because, I was worried with winter coming.
Yes. And that was the main concern for her. It's one thing to, walk a little bit here and there in the summer, but especially with Sloth Girl not feeling good, she needs to be able to have transportation for her. So
right, exactly.
Yeah, no, it was doing pretty good, that vehicle we got her, and then she hit a deer. Damn it. Well, you know what happens. Maya, hello. Who do we have here? Let's say hi to everybody real quick. Let's see, we got 401 and Crystal. Brainless is wandering around somewhere. But he's brainless. You never know where he might be. Stephanie, hello. I forgot to send you a link. If you want one, let me know. If anybody in this chat, because I love you all, if you want
a
link,
put a
let
link
me know.
in the chat.
I'll send it to you.
Just drop it in the chat.
I used to. I guess I could.
And if anybody comes that you don't want, you just don't bring them in.
Yeah.
But
I make them show their face, and that eliminates them really quick.
So I know what you mean. I got COVID. The very first time I got it, it was a really big deal, and it took me a while before I was like fully functioning again. But once I was, I'm like, I don't remember how to stream. I was like, I know, like worst case, it's just a couple of buttons, but it's like you get out of the habit, and you're like, what do I say? What happens if I can't think of what? And then all of a sudden, it's like I didn't want to go back on air. I was just like, no. So yeah, I totally get
coming,
getting your feet wet.
Yeah, no, I was being sarcastic. I didn't forget how to do anything.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Here I am trying to empathize, and you're throwing it back in my face, and I'm the asshole
really,
in
you
this
just
conversation.
threw yourself under the bus on that one, buddy. But I didn't mean like
fine.
Yeah, Nick, you may be the asshole, but you're exceptionally Natalie attired, which is your brand.
I'm not. I'll take that as a compliment, as in the proximity of a compliment. Maybe
it's close. It's close.
It's compliment adjacent. All right.
Those big words.
Well, I listen. I have to use them, or else people may figure out I don't know what I'm talking about. If I use big words, everyone's like, I don't understand what he's saying, but at least he sounds smart.
That's like Ellen DeGeneres says on her stand-up. She said, I was trying to decide, do I want to talk about being gay? Do I not want to talk about being gay? So I tossed it back and forth, and I decided I have to talk about it because otherwise everybody will be like, where's our leader?
Hello, people.
Hello.
This is pretty good stuff. How you doing, Brainless?
I'm doing pretty good. We had a nice and silly stream with Slim, so. And then somebody mentioned you were also streaming, so I took a little rest because otherwise I would probably have already been sleeping now. But
yeah.
No, we're back. We stayed up.
Listen, I hear Beck streaming. First thing I do is think about going to sleep. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that aloud?
Tobin Temple.
Do realize I'm in Europe.
Buddy.
For me, it's 2:00 now. So I just took a little nap so I could stay on a little longer.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I finally have a job, so I have to get up in the morning. So no more late night hanging out with Oz at 1 a.m.
It's summertime now, so I've got a couple of weeks off. I am on call tomorrow. No, electrician.
Okay.
I'll leave teaching up to the people that actually can do that.
Electrician, I could do that. So,
Stephanie,
how have you been? Well, I've been trained on it. I just can't do the complicated, like multi-wire systems or whatever. But basic electrical's not too hard. And there's Jasper and there's Mage.
Hey,
Steph, I saw you were streaming and I had to run and go do stuff, and here I am. So, how did that go?
I don't know. It went fine, I guess. I mean, it was just deconstructing a conversation I had with dear old Pine Creek.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, I saw pieces of that.
What do you do this time?
I don't know if he was pulling everybody's chain at the end of the thing. I heard the end of the thing after I got off and went out to grab some stuff. I heard the end of the thing. He said, "My deep apologies to Matt Dillahunty, who's been in the green room and has been waiting." And I heard that and I said, "Oh, that's kind of weird," because he spent like the beginning of the stream shitting all over Matt for a little bit of a monologue, about 7 minutes worth of Matt talking about Doug coming on Takis and being Doug.
Yeah,
and so he says this, and I said, "Wow, that seems kind of weird." I DM'd Matt and said, and he goes, "I don't know what you're talking about." It's like, "Oh, fuck, man."
Hi, Bear.
Which I thought was hysterically funny. It's like, okay, it's all just a ruse in the game.
My favorite thing was, do you have empirical evidence that you're trans? I wrote in the chat on your channel, do you have empirical evidence of God? Like, let's start there. That's why you're judging people.
Does he have empirical evidence he's cis?
That's what I wanted to say. Like, yeah.
Well, the thing about that is he's doing it
straight.
And I went back. I really do get it, because like if Beck doesn't tell you, you don't know.
Right, there you go. It's I just take all of my questions to Beck. That way I get the answers.
And yes, but like he's so open, so we know. But like, yeah, he could have kept his mouth shut and come into a group, and like nobody would have known.
I'm going to brag for a second. When I came out as trans, I had a whole bunch of people come to me and go, "Wait a minute, are you changing to female?" And I was like, "No." And they were like, "You're not a guy?" Like half of YouTube messaged me. I got message after message after message on my Twitter. It was full. It was crazy.
And Beck, the gay part of me thinks you're hot.
Ooh, well, thank you, sweetheart.
You're good.
Well, how you guys doing out there?
Get a room.
I'm open about that. I do prefer women, but like I can appreciate when a guy's hot. And Beck is one
thank
of them.
you.
Like,
no, I'm the same way. I can look at people and be like, "Oh, that's a good looking dude," but to me, it's not like, "Hey, how you doing?" It's, "Hey, how can I get those abs?" That's what I'm looking at him. I want to look like that. You know,
Beck, I could never look like you. I'm like, mainly.
Oh, I got a little. Don't get me wrong. I got a little spare tire going on. I got a little dad gut.
Hit the gym.
I got a spare tire for a tractor.
But I lost 15 pounds in the last couple months just changing over to a vegan diet and eating plant proteins. It just dropped right off of me. So now I have a bunch of loose skin that I'm going to have to contend with. So that's going to be fun.
Well,
who wants to cut it off?
At least well done. And that's something I could never do. Like I do realize that we as a whole eat too much meat. Guilty as fucking charged. But I'm fucking addicted. Okay.
No. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against chopping up a fucking cow and cutting up some steaks. I love fucking steak. My kidney doesn't like it anymore. And I only got one.
No, I get it.
I had to quit eating it because my EGFR was dropping.
Yeah, no.
So pretty soon, then you get to dialysis, is what that leads you to for people that don't know.
Not sure if I could do that diet.
Yeah, no, like I'd probably die.
It's rough.
Yeah, no, really. But then again, these days they are doing a great job with certain
No, I meant literally, it's like roughage, man. You just no problem pooping every day. I mean, I'm serious. You will never be constipated on a vegan diet.
Oh yeah,
too much fiber.
It really is. There's so much. Like I have this serving bowl up here. It's like a serving bowl, like you know, Granny, you'd put like mashed potatoes in, right? Mm-hmm. And I fill that up, and it's over a quart of food. I don't know how much, but it's several cups of food, probably about 5 or 6 cups of food. And I just cut up a bunch of vegetables in there and throw a little lettuce in for padding just to help fill me up, and you know, pour some healthy stuff on. Like I use like I'll put Kalamata olives, and I use the juice from the olives as part of the dressing. So I'm not using dressing, and it's more of just like a vinegar salty thing. So no, it's tough though. It is really, especially since America is so based on a meat diet. And everywhere I drive, like every half a block, I smell steak, tacos, Italian food, Chili's, Wendy's, you know, and I'm driving down the road going, So.
Oh yeah, no, I completely get it, and there is a lot of food that is vegan that is awesome. Like a good salad doesn't need any meat, you know.
Yeah.
There's just. Oh, there's so much meat that oh my God.
I decided that every time my birthday hits and every time Christmas hits, I'm going to eat like a huge steak and a lobster and just get some meat sweats going. Once a year, I'm going to do it. Go ahead, Granny.
This week's winner on the Great Food Truck Race was the Easy Vegan.
No way. Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's great. It's hard to beat meat. It's really hard to beat meat.
They had some interesting looking food.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
See, but here's the plus side for me. I grew up on a farm, and we had to eat out of the garden. There was just no other food. So if you wanted to eat, you better fucking eat those vegetables and that little piece of meat you got. You ain't getting any food. So I grew up like I've always loved fresh vegetables. And now that I do it every single day, I cut all those up fresh and make it every single day. Every time I eat it, I go, man, why wasn't I doing this before? It tastes so good. Like there's nothing from McDonald's that can compare to fresh vegetables. And like, and by the way, real quick, I want to say, Tobin, if beef is too greasy for you, try goat. It's lean and it is delicious. It is so freaking good. You'll pay a little bit more unless you can find somebody who has them and sells them regularly, but totally worth it.
My neighbor
One of the things is if you're having a vitamin deficiency or a nutritional deficiency, your body, and you eat something you need, your body will crave it more. You'll get the dopamine hit more.
But Beck, how is it with fish then for you? Is that an option? No, fish.
It is so bad.
No, I mean
fish.
Fish? Oh, no. I can't have anything that's got eyes. I can't have it. I can't have milk. I can't have butter unless it's the fake shit. Can't have cheese unless it's fake shit.
Not even eggs? Shit.
No eggs. Specifically not eggs. They're really high in animal protein. Because I said to her, but Doc, every morning I would cook sausage and I'd wrap it in egg and then throw some bacon around it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Like I like
perfect.
meat.
That's awesome.
And she was like, no, there's some great healthy options out there. And she's Indian. So she was like, you should check our cuisine. And I said, I actually love your cuisine. So I will go eat some. So haha.
Oh yeah, no, but there's certain cultures that have mainly vegetarian food. That's That's like
yes. Thank you, Carol. Vegan is no animal byproducts, nothing. Vegetarian is when you get into the ovo-lacto and they might just do milk or might just do eggs or something, because eggs do not hurt the animal, but the milk does not hurt the animal. So it's not, you're not hurting, and it's not inhumane to eat those because it's not inhumane to create them, is how they see it. So,
depends on the farmer.
Yeah, it does. It depends. It does
I come across I come a lot on farms at work, and it depends on farms. Like most, like over here, most farmers, like big farmers, like as long as they have the animal, they're actually pretty good for them. But like there's also like farms where
factory farms where all the chickens basically are on an assembly line of death after they stop laying.
Chickens are actually, I think, is the worst.
Yeah.
To be honest. But I love me.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I see my sister in it.
Tobin, was that a pun? I mean, it just looks like a pun to me. I think I was a kid since I had goat. Never mind.
Normally, goats have kids. Kids don't have goats.
No, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They say he meant since he's eaten goat.
Yes, I know.
But
yeah.
My grandfather
kid.
My grandfather said his Kidskin goat was made out of children. His Kidskin wallet was made out of children, just as a joke.
Kiduli Ivy too, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I've never tasted a milk I don't hate unless it's too thin. And I get the whole
well,
and
technically, if
I drink almond milk now, it's great.
I prefer almond milk as an alternative.
Yeah, that's what I drink. I drink almond milk.
But isn't
I don't like soy.
If you got organic milk, isn't that also, if the cow would have always had organic food, then the milk is also considered organic? Because organic does not have anything to do with...
It's how they fed the... Yes, they're supposed to not
it means that there's no pesticides in the whole cycle, something about like that.
Right, they're feeding them hay or whatever the food they're giving them has no pesticides and no chemicals in it. That's really all it is.
Which is kind of silly, because that would get filtered out anyway.
Which is kind of funny, because they usually give every single animal out there some kind of freaking hormone.
Yeah, no, but like the fact that they're not using pesticides, it's not necessarily good for the food. It's good for the whole environment.
Organic actually
pesticides are the worst.
Organic actually doesn't mean you're not using things like herbicides and pesticides. It depends on what type of and where it's sourced. In fact, you could actually use a herbicide or a pesticide that's an organic certified. Only because it was sourced from organic thing. But if you were use the exact same chemicals that were artificially created, it would not be organic, even though it's the exact same thing.
The Green Revolution and industrial farming fed the world.
Here's a fun fact, since we're talking about farming. I'm probably boring Steph and Granny and Nick to death because they're really used to these like in-depth conversations.
Sorry,
so if you have potatoes,
what? No,
exactly.
Yes, I agree completely.
That's right. I got to kick him again. I forgot. Just so you guys know that don't normally come in my channel, I kick everybody at some point. Everybody gets kicked. So I just wait for you to make one smart ass mark, and that's my reason. If you have potatoes that are rotting and they're starting to sprout, go buy yourself a bale of hay, shove it down in the bale of hay, and wait, and you will have fresh potatoes soon. That's all you need to do. Water the bale of hay. Make sure it stays plenty watered. Have a nice day.
And you wouldn't believe how many potatoes actually rot. I picked up potatoes at some place up near Erie, and my goodness, there was tons and tons of potatoes just rotting for no goddamn good reason. They were actually sprouting inside the building.
Yeah, usually what you'd want to do is just have a little bit of soil for the potatoes, and then have maybe like 2 feet of hay on top of it. You'll be good to go.
Yeah. Yeah, about 2 foot. I mean, I had friends that used to throw the seed potatoes into just a big mound of hay. They'd throw some in, throw some hay on top, and they'd do like 4 or 5 layers, and then they'd wait and then just dig your hand in there and you go, oh, look at that. I'm going to make that for dinner. That's a big baked potato. And that's it. That's how they did it. They never dug a hole in the ground. And here we were like digging out rows of freaking potatoes and trying to harvest them. Didn't even know that was a thing.
And but like over here, I think if you have like the potatoes you buy in the supermarket or whatever, and you plant them and get new potatoes of them, they're not edible.
Huh?
Because the genetic modifications.
No. You can eat them. The big problem with using store-bought potatoes is they'll tend to spray them with an inhibitor or to keep them small if you do try and grow anything from them. So if you want to do a potato from the grocery store, what you can do is grow like little small ones. It's the first time around, then replant those, and you should get regular sized potatoes then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and I get somebody's bothering me in the DMs. The organic milk means they didn't use hormones. So
you're right. Right. Okay. Good deal.
Okay.
I feel like I'm wearing the wrong avatar for this conversation.
Oh, I love the.
What?
Is that the you mean? Wait, was that Commander?
That's the XO1 power armor from Fallout.
Yeah, Fallout 2. It didn't appear until Fallout 2, but yeah, it was the Enclave armor.
Oh, and
actually, it was when I did make a video how to stop a toilet thief, someone typed in "God bless the Enclave, God bless Ukraine," and I was like, "That's creative. I'm going to pin that." Because the Enclave was the U.S. government before it went genocidal.
It did go genocidal, though.
Yeah, but that was after the nukes fell.
Okay.
We're not there yet.
Well, I like the armor.
You wouldn't believe how long it took to rig it.
Oh, you're gonna have to teach me how to do that. I want to get one of those. My daughter wants to start streaming games and stuff like that, and we've agreed we'll let her do it, but as long as she has like an animated thing. So I got to figure out how to do one of those.
This is actually pre-rendered, but I have to get this computer fixed, the CPU fan, and then I can take this stuff and put it into Unreal. But
I don't start talking computers. You'll lose me.
Well, it might also be sorry back that, but like it might also be fun to create that for what's it called again? Phase rig, so it will actually react to what they're doing. On camera.
Oh, okay.
I can actually do that. And I have 3D avatars that work in Unreal that I can do it. Thing is, you need 2 computers because OBS just makes everything slow down to the point where if you try to facial capture, render real time, and then stream it, it just fucks up something fierce. So I have 2 really good computers. And we were originally going to do that for the shills, but then the shills went in a completely different direction. But I actually have the system. I just don't know how to feed the different inputs from the iPhones from all the way around the world.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't even know what you just said. So anyways,
I do have a new video out where it's how to troll Russian trolls. I had an incel leave a
hold
comment.
on to that because I'm going to ask everybody what's going on new on their channels. So hold on to that.
All right.
Because I'm going to get to that in a minute anyways. We just got really sidetracked by food. My fault. I'll take all the hit.
Dinner time over here. That's why. You know, hey.
I ate an hour ago, took a little cat nap.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Got up to
stream. Most streams I'm on end up talking about food. Slim's not always, but every other stream I pop on for some reason. ends up being about food.
Sounds about right. It sounds about right. So, Granny, ladies first, you and Steph first. What has been going on your channel, and what do you have coming up, and all that fun stuff? Because I know some people can't stay here very long, so I want to get everybody in.
On Friday, I was on Truth Wanted with Objectively Dan. And on Saturday, I did a stream with Trolley Dave on morality and religion. I also just recently released a very different video from what I normally do. I am not in it. I didn't do any script. It's just clips that I put together and some music that I put with it to push back against Ron DeSantis and the Florida Board of Education over the slavery thing. And in putting that together, I found a couple of, when I was looking for clips, I found a couple that talked about some U.S. history that I was completely unaware of. So I included a good history lesson in the middle of that video. So it starts emotional, then there's a history lesson, and then it ends emotional. And then coming up this week, I've got Frank Turek. Frank Turek is always good for a laugh.
Yes. I mean, that's really low-hanging fruit, but they are fun.
I assume you don't mean Frank Turek is going to be on. You mean you're going to be like
no, I'm doing a video I'm doing a video responding to one of his. I'm going back to my usual response videos for this week.
Good deal. Excellent.
Why don't you do Nick's next? Because he's got to go.
Oh, that's right. Nick has to leave. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is almost 30. Good call, Granny. Nick, what's going on in time where you're always late?
Yeah. And one of these days we'll get it right. Well, every few time we've got it right, I'm sitting there going like, okay, is this the end of the world? Like we hit
You're right. It's rare every time.
It's rare. So let's see. We've got we're doing our usual Starsky shows. So Operator Starsky is he is a officer in the Ukrainian National Guard. He's been very busy. He has now been moved to the front lines. He's in Bakhmut, so we still try to talk to him, but that has become a lot harder, as you can imagine, and we're all a little concerned. We're also doing a lot of coverage of what's going on with Trump, the indictment, breaking down all of the legal arguments and what sort of the common tropes against it are. Oh, it's the First Amendment, yada yada yada, which of course he's not. There's no First Amendment violations. That's not it's crystal clear if you read the indictment, but that's all right. Either they're not reading it or they're just trolling, which is probably it's the second one. But at any rate, then we're going to have on Lieutenant General Benjamin Hodges. He was the number 2 guy at NATO, Supreme Commander of all NATO ground forces. He was also the commander of all U.S. forces in Europe. So he was very high in the U.S. military. Lieutenant commander is the second highest rank you can get in the U.S. military. We're going to have him back on. We're going to do a good personal interview with him, find out, it takes a lot to rise to those ranks, both in the U.S. and in NATO. And then we're also going to have him back to discuss what's been happening in NATO, what the future of NATO looks like. Should NATO get involved more in the Ukraine war, pros, cons, what should be a red line, why. He's also been talking a lot about the Russian potential use of nukes by Russia, what it would take for them to do that, and what he would expect. We're going to talk to him about that. So it's going to be an interesting show. We're doing all of that in about 2 weeks.
I just fear that if Putin gets a hold of Ukraine's resources, that there will be a lot of starving people in this world.
He's done it before.
He's done it before.
He's doing it now.
Even if he does sell it to them, he's already trying to make sure they get cut off. And the U.S. or what is it? Ukraine and somebody else is trying to help him get food out of there to like Africa because Africa's about to starve without it. It's insane, man.
Just in the 1930s,
screw not just a country, not a state, a fucking continent of people.
In the 1930s, the Russians starved the Ukrainians.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, the Holodomor
comes by it rightly. So,
well, and he's Godless Granny is right. He's done this before. He's doing it now. The goal is to starve as many human beings as possible, and then one of two things is going to happen: either the U.S. and the UN is going to capitulate and remove a significant number of sanctions in order to permit the grain shipments to continue. So he's basically using starving human beings as leverage. or it's going to create a refugee crisis as a result of people trying to find places that have food. They're going to pour into especially southern NATO countries, and NATO is going to suddenly start to say, look, we don't really care who's right or wrong in this war. We want the economic and well, basically the food refugees to stop, and they'll start applying pressure to NATO to find a negotiated settlement. So either way, win-win for Putin, and how many people starve is really not his concern.
Yeah,
lovely, isn't
FDR's
it?
speech, Arsenal Democracy, a negotiated peace is not a peace at all. And then he explains, how would you like it if basically you had to pay a ransom for some thug not to kill you?
Well, you
Really
wouldn't,
good
but
speech.
right now, unfortunately, that's sort of where we're stuck at. I mean, the problem is that's the power that he's wielding, and if we decide we are going to do absolutely nothing, it's a very difficult position to be in. My hope is that there's a compromise somewhere. Lifting some of the sanctions may have other benefits if it's done right, but yeah, if you capitulate, it's it's why you are supposed to never negotiate with terrorists. Having said that, we do. It's one reason why there's still terrorism, but it also sometimes is productive. So it's very hard to say.
Yes. Yeah, every situation is different when it comes to that.
Yeah,
For anybody that
like-
cannot read this, let me read this real quick. On 17th July, nearly 1 year after the agreement was signed in Istanbul, Russia decided not to renew the Black Sea Grain Initiative, also known as BSGI, that allows Ukraine to continue exporting agricultural goods. That's what Nick is referring to. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
In case
like
somebody doesn't know.
UN and America cannot join in the fight, because that will mean nuclear war. I'm 100% sure.
I don't agree.
No,
I don't think there's
I
going to
think
be a
it
nuclear
could.
war.
I think it definitely could, but I don't think it necessarily would.
The oligarchs at that point might put a black sack over Putin's head.
Mhm.
yeah, but whoever they
bottom line
replace him
is-
with is more likely to want to deploy nukes. Is the problem? He's actually on the more liberal side of his most likely replacements.
Yeah, unfortunately, all of us big countries who have nukes, we know what they can do, as well as every other leader of every country that doesn't have nukes. And we know damn well that if one sends one, this world is gone, because it's not going to stop. And we're all going to be dead. And no country wants that, not even Russia, because they're going to go down with us, and they fucking know it.
The problem is
10
there's
trillion.
The U.S. ain't going down without taking Russia down, because you know damn well they'd be a part of it.
Most of them
It's like-
think that the U.S. wouldn't actually do it, so they sort of think the same way we do, which is kind of one of the problems with the mutually assured destruction. So they have a number of, most of the oligarchs there think that Putin's biggest mistake is not deploying chemical weapons or nuclear weapons to the field yet. And he has a lot of choices. He can do the tactical nukes that are small enough to take out a city, but significantly less in terms of fallout than, say, Chernobyl or any of those things. The problem is if he does, NATO's going to enter. They argue, no, NATO will not enter, because if NATO does enter, we will then respond with strategic nukes, and everybody knows that. Well, everybody does know that, which is why we've got a problem. You know, what do we do if he deploys one of these things? We kind of have to go in. He knows that, but there are people who don't believe it. People, if he gets replaced, he's more likely going to be replaced with, I forget the guy from Chechnya, the Chechen warlord, who has repeatedly said,
Can't think of
Kadyrov, the goat fucker.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, him. Yeah.
That's it.
They've suggested.
Wait,
I wish that was a metaphor. That is actually true, but it's more about Kadyrov than anybody wants to know. Having said that, yeah, he believes that the biggest mistake Putin has made so far is not using chemical and nuclear weapons. And he really believes it. He's not kidding. He's pushing for it all the time, and it's one of the few areas of criticism that he gets away with.
I really think there's a strong possibility at some point Russia's going to make a mistake and accidentally hit something in Romania or Poland, and that's going to completely change everything.
They already
They kind of have
accidentally
already.
hit a ship.
I mean, the problem is in order for Article 5 to trigger, it has to be a deliberate attack. Now, let me rephrase that. The writing is a deliberate attack. It doesn't have to be because we have a lot of say in how we interpret these things. So if they do, we can sit down there and say, are we going to say that this was a deliberate attack and trigger Article 5 or not? And that's a very good question, and I don't know the answer to that, but I'm not as convinced. I mean, Poland got hit. It looks like it may have actually been, I think the final consensus was it was actually a Ukrainian weapon that landed in Poland, but that also kind of proves the point, which is, okay, the Ukrainians hit Poland by accident, killed 2 people, and you know, everybody's aware these things happen. So yeah.
I remember that the longitude and latitude for Lviv was mixed up, and it hit pretty much, if it was 50 something west, it hit 50 something north or something like that.
I think that was the general consensus is what that's what caused the Russian weapon. But I don't, my last understanding was that, yeah, there was a Russian weapon that had gone off from where it was supposed to, and it was the countermeasures from Ukraine that did the actual damage to Poland. Poland is itching to get into this, and it looks like, in my view, they're instigating with Belarus. They're taking what Belarus is saying and doing much more extreme than I think Belarus intends it to be. But, you know, Belarus starts training soldiers like, oh, they're on our border. They're training soldiers. They're going to attack at any time. We need to be ready. Poland is a first world army. Belarus is a third world army, spelled with like a Z and a couple of they don't know how to get the right letters in there.
Armies,
they would get murdered, and it would trigger Article 5. So Belarus is not going to go in there. Poland knows that for a fact, but they're pretending they're scared because really they're getting ticked off and they want to go in. They really want to go in. So we'll see.
I want to crush.
I suspect that if you're a nation that's been invaded as much as Poland has been invaded and popped onto and off of the map over the course of 500 years, as a pathway between power centers, I would suspect that it's good reason to be a little bit scared.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I love doing the show, and this is one of the things we do with the show is it's an educational program, and we talk about history, politics. A lot of people in the U.S. are starting to forget Russia was fucking allied with Germany, not with the United States. It was not an allied power until after Hitler betrayed Stalin. Period. End of discussion. They had a deal. They were split up the world between them. Stalin was fine with Nazis. Russia was fine with Nazis. And they only have decided there was an issue with Nazis when the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union. There's a lot of
Ribbentrop. It's like, damn it! You told us you weren't going to do that. Damn it!
Wasn't Everett Haushofer or Karl Haushofer basically they got thrown in jail and killed because they told Hitler that invading the Soviet Union was a bad idea?
I don't remember that one. But there were. I mean, there were plenty of people. I think they all thought it was a good idea. They just didn't. They thought he should wait. They didn't think that he should do it while he was fighting the rest of Europe. And Hitler had disobeyed his generals or ignored his generals' advice and had massive success doing it. I don't mean to do this, but honestly, the parallels between him and Trump, in as much as Trump has done so much that everybody said you should never do this, you'll never get away with it, and then he gets away with it because it's so crazy nobody could fucking believe it. And
they're like what? He did what?
Oh yeah, that's one thing. Like what they also
America
said, like,
first. Charles Lindbergh.
He's trying to get his court cases to take so long that he can pardon himself. How is that fucking even possible?
I don't think
Like,
I don't think even his Supreme Court would let him get away with that, because that would be giving away their power. I don't think they'd be into that. I think they'd draw the line.
Well, he doesn't even need to pardon himself, but he's going to get hooked on Georgia, and Georgia's going to be a real problem for him because he can't pardon that. But what he can do, since he's the head of the executive branch, he determines what cases are prosecuted and what cases aren't. So it calls up the Justice Department and says, "Hey guys, you're prosecuting a man by the name of Donald J. Trump. Drop it now." They have to. It is illegal for them to continue when they've been told to drop it. Will they continue? Maybe, but then he can fire them all. They all serve at the pleasure of the president. So one way or another, it stops.
The whole
Yep.
screaming America
Saturday
first,
Night
Charles
Massacre.
Lindbergh's crap.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I mean, but there's a long way between here and there. And the reality is, if he gets convicted in Georgia, A, he can't overturn that. B, I don't think they'd hesitate to put him in jail. In fact, I also don't think they'd hesitate to get him a mug shot. So I suspect we're going to see one of those when he's arraigned in Georgia. And C, he cannot. If he is convicted in Georgia, he can't be on the ballot in Georgia. So all of a sudden, he has to find a way to 270 without Georgia. And the general consensus is Snowball's chance in hell is an understatement. So I think if Georgia, and I think Georgia's aware of this, I think Georgia's going to drop at any moment. When they do, they're going to fast track this if they can. Because if it passes, most of the rest of the shit doesn't matter. And if he can't get into office, and they can't do anything with the other cases. And Georgia's pissed at him. They are really pissed at him.
That judge, Nick.
Look at the witnesses in the everyone cited in the Washington indictment. Every single one of these people is a Republican. You know
why they're not going after them?
One Democrat on there.
Do you know why they're not going after them yet? Because they don't want to delay the proceedings with Trump because he's heading for the election, and they're trying to stop that. So that's why everybody else is going to come later. That's what's going to happen.
It's interesting the people left off the indictment. We obviously have the 6 people who are co-conspirators listed in the indictment. Well, they're not being charged with anything yet because that's in the back pocket. But who's left off the indictment? Mark Meadows, Kushner. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got to wonder, because both of us, certainly the chief of staff, who was there, and Sonny Boy there, they were there when all the crap was going down on the 6th of January. So, well, if they're not listed in the indictment.
And we know he testified for a while, and the from the leaks from it are that he basically gave up everything on Trump. It looks like Giuliani actually gave up a lot more than he intended, but Giuliani's, who knows? I do need to go. Mouty showed up. Good to see you, Chris. I do need to go. I'm glad I stayed a little extra, but good to see you all. And
Thank you, Nick.
Good to see you, Nick.
All right, bye.
Peace out, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Mouty, how's our favorite cult leader?
Well, hello. I smack my hand.
That's really quiet.
It's super quiet.
Oh, that's better. Perfect.
How about
Thank you.
I can add.
Oh, it's perfect, big guy.
I can make it the voice.
I have a voice box.
You
so
got
I
a
can
nice
sound like
voice.
anything.
Well, thank you. Of course, I
good to see you, buddy.
That's how that works. It's good to see you. So, how's your stream been going? We just had.
Oh, great! Look at these brilliant people I have. I mean, I finally got rid of Nick, so it definitely improved just now. No, he came in picking on me, and I decided I was going to get him. I kicked him twice.
Yep, we got all these brilliant people and me.
I'm curious about the shirt mount.
Come on, Mage.
Flat Earth Society. That's freaking great.
Oh,
where's Australia?
Nice, I like it.
Australia's fake. It doesn't exist.
Where's Australia mounted?
It's on the shirt though. I see it.
yeah.
Well, they always on the flat Earth maps. They never can fit Australia on it, so it's always funny with the diameter of the Earth and everything. I'm like, that's because it's round. That's why it doesn't fit.
Yeah.
A friend of mine bought me this shirt because I work in a lab. He dared to wear it to work. Little did he know that, like, wearing t-shirts and jeans, like, t-shirts and shorts, it's normally what I wear to work. People rarely read what's on my shirts, but it's in my regular rotation. Only once has somebody been like, so, your shirt, is that something that you believe? And I'm like, nope, I'm wearing this in full irony. They're like, okay, all right.
One of the best
things that's actually quite awesome, though.
I always
one of the best
sarcasm. Yes, great.
Love it.
One of the best shirts I ever saw was a shirt that said "Stop reading my shirt."
That's a good
Oh,
shirt.
you also have the shirts like they have it printed on the back, like if you can read this, you're too close or something like that.
Yeah. Like get away from me. Yeah.
Or if you
like
can
that.
read this, you're not George Bush.
I like the shirt that. That's good. I like the shirt that says, "No, my boobs are down here." You guys seen that one?
No.
Like it says, "My boobs are down here," and there's little arrows pointing to her boobs. Like she's trying to get somebody to look at them. It's funny. But my boobs are down here. Oh, it's so true though. There you go, Granny.
Current events.
Yep, Claire has that shirt. That's interesting.
Anyways, so we were talking about channels and stuff. Steffi, what do you got coming up, hon?
Well, let's see. We might as well do a quick review. On Saturday, I was on Women Atheists Unload talking about Try That in a Small Town. That was kind of fun.
Oh my God, right? It was a great stream, though, by the way. You guys did great. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, thanks. It sure was fun. And let's see. And and Bad Science Sunday, of course, with Maya. That was and Dr. Tapioca Weasel and
the
Weasel and Bree, and I didn't do too much. I think last week my big hit of the day was talking about Dickie Dawkins being a dick. That was kind of interesting. Talking about biology, biology. and with Helen Joyce of all people, she's and Crow, okay, Dick, you want to go full on into that tip? You couldn't have picked a better person to have a little chat with, is Helen, who basically thinks I'm not real. Which, yes, that's okay. You go ahead and do that. And today I had the pleasure of speaking with Doug, Pine Creek Doug.
Oh,
who spent the earlier part of her I misgendered Pine Creek. How about that?
Oops.
He spent the earlier part of the stream shitting all over Matt Dillahunty, who kind of pushed back on Doug being a bit of a something on the Transatlantic Calling Program.
About that on Twitter.
And I guess they're beginning of the thing. And at the end of his stream, which I just caught, he says, "I really want to apologize to Matt Dillahunty, who's been waiting in the green room, but we just ran out of time." I DM Matt and said, "Geez, that's kind of weird." And he goes, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about."
I'm not in any green room. I'm playing with
snacks. It's like, what the hell? What the hell? It's like, oh, geez. So I went on and talked to Doug. And he just is on this tip. He's going, I don't think I should talk about this stuff any longer. But I'm really concerned about women in sport, and I'm really concerned about gender affirming care for kids.
Why? Does he have children?
He's not. No.
Is he a female?
Not at all concerned about it. He doesn't. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't give a shit about that. It's just it's the topic du jour, and he's just using, as far as I can tell. I mean, one would think that if you're going to start bringing up Leah Thomas, you might know about her record as an athlete before and after transition. Aside from the performance, look at her individual performance times and see if they changed. And they in fact did change by performance plummeting as far as in a particular event like the 500-meter freestyle. Her times competing on the men's team were way better than the times competing on the women's team. Yes, she won a race. Wow, she had good training. She had all of this stuff. She had a whole bunch of stuff going for her. She's a good athlete, but not as good as the woman this year who broke her record in the 500-meter freestyle by 5 seconds.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. A cis woman broke her record? You mean she didn't have an unfair advantage?
Within a year, within less than a year. So you want to talk about that? Fine. Or you might actually spend the time, if you're really concerned about that, you might actually spend the time to read the Olympic Charter. You might spend the time to read what the requirements were. You might spend the time talking to a trans woman who is, in fact, a professional athlete. You might actually read the Canadian Center for Ethics in Sports studying the research from the literature from 2011 to 2021 and get a grasp on what people say. You might spend the time trying to figure out what each individual sport federation is doing about it and the fact that they've been dealing with it for over 20 years. And you might consider the fact that in the 16 years between 2004 and 2020, not a single trans woman has ever qualified for a national team in the Olympics, with the exception of the Tokyo Games. That was Laurel Hubbard, and she was nowhere near the podium in weightlifting. So what is the problem, Doug?
So I want to explain this horror history. Here's what they're saying. They're saying that trans women still have too much muscle mass and upper body strength like a man. Fun fact, after you're on hormones for about a year, your entire muscle mass starts changing. By 3 years in, it is totally different. Now, you can ask any trans female you know, how much muscle mass did you lose by the time you were 3 years in? And every single one of them will say, I lost almost my entire upper body strength.
Not only that, but there's actual data. There's actual data on physical fitness. The U.S. Air Force, every year, if you're in the service, every year there's a physical evaluation of your physical fitness. Right now, this is not these aren't elite athletes. These are basically the general population of people who are in the service, and they conducted a 6-year study, I believe it was, and I gave them the link. Read the goddamn thing. Since 2006, horror history. 2006. No, I'm sorry. 2004 was the first quad. But so there's this study that the Air Force did comparing, and this is there are precious few studies like this, comparing trans men to cis men fitness scores, trans women to cis women fitness scores. What a lot of people will do who don't support the notion of trans women competing in sport or trans people competing in sport. It's usually women that they're after. What they want to do is compare men's performance to women's performance and the average man to an average woman. And you really can't do that. Because there are, as you said back, there are physiological changes that take place in either direction with a body that is running on testosterone as a sex hormone and estrogen as a sex hormone. And that's what the U.S. Air Force study does. And what the U.S. Air Force study found was that trans men and cis men achieve parity within 2 years in terms of physical fitness.
See?
Right? Trans women tend to maintain about an 8% advantage in lower bodies, in leg strength for long events. Inconclusive as to whether that maintains. The study doesn't go on quite long enough to really really ascertain that stuff. But there are studies out there that one could refer to, but it's this a priori assumption that you get into with, in discussing stuff like this. Again, most usually it's two cis guys having a conversation about trans people. It's never a trans person who is, in fact, a registered professional athlete in any sport.
Or a trans person at all. Hell, at least get the word closed. Or a trans
person at all. And look, we're hen's teeth out there, man. We're hen's teeth. I know of in sailing. I know of 4 people in the world in my sport. 4 in the world that actually are competing at world events or national events. And so, you know, I'm not surprised that opportunity happens, but you know, you sit and listen to this stuff and it's all bullshit. A fair amount of bullshit. Now we can get into, well, which sport, you know, which sport, which women, which this, which that. But to the vast majority of people, it's a discussion that is fraught with assumptions about women's capacity generally, any women's capacity to compete, and one sees that in co-ed competition. Woman beats a guy, that guy's pissed. It's a cultural thing as much as it is a medical thing.
Oh yeah,
I keep saying misogyny. It all goes. I'm not misogyny, but toxic masculinity. It all goes back to toxic masculinity, like our entire society does. Everything started there, and the problem is that most guys out there won't say anything when the asshole next to him saying something. This guy does. This guy pisses people off.
And the assholes freak out when Gillette asks people to have manners.
It depends on the situation for me. Like at work, just to keep the peace, I keep my mouth shut. But yeah.
Anyway, so that was my tip. That was my tip today. And what's coming up, I don't know exactly. I do know I'll supposedly be on TACUS at the end of the month on the 31st.
Stephanie, I once did a debate on transgender women in sports, and the way the topic was phrased when they proposed the debate to me was, should trans women be allowed to compete with cis women? And so I said, yeah, let's go for it. And when we got to the debate, I said, cooking competition, speech competition, sewing competition. The topic assumed you were talking about sports, but it never even mentioned sports. And absolutely trans women belong with cis women in a cooking competition. What reason would you possibly have for excluding them? And I was able to use that to transition into why would you exclude them from sports as well.
Right. That's great.
What was really funny to me about that conversation was, you know, it starts out with the talking points of biology, right? What's biology? And going, what's the biology of sex is more complicated than it looks, and blah 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 blah. You go into that, but we didn't. But the points come up. Well, it's chromosomes. That's determinative. Well, no, it's predictive. It's not determinative. It's predictive of the way the karyotype is predictive of the phenotype, but it's not by any means assured that if you're XX, you're going to come out looking like, you know, aculturally the vision of woman,
right?
Or XY, you're going to come
There's
out
all kinds of
like
body
the
types.
vision of man. So it's predictive, not determinative. But the whole, so it starts with that, and oh well, it's gamete production. Well, you can't really rely on that because some people don't produce gametes. So there you go. There's that sort of thing. Are you not male? Are you not male or female on the basis of that? That's kind of goes away because the exception does not prove the rule. It proves the rule is a lousy rule. And then and finally, you know, you exhaust all of that stuff, and at the end of the conversation, after, you know, maybe half an hour of talking, the determinative factor. Well, why shouldn't trans women participate in sport? They were born with a dick. That's literally the answer.
That's literally it. That's all they have.
Well, but you know, how is it determined? How is that even determinative? Because some people make mistakes.
Well, interesting enough on that whole chromosome thing. I came across an article of somebody, physically a woman. They had, they had a vagina, they had all the things. They didn't know they had XY chromosomes. They actually wanted to have kids. The doctor actually managed to grow a womb for them, and they had twins.
See, because and here's the thing too. Most of the women that end up with those chromosomes have internal organs that are male. Some of them will have like small testes inside of them that never went anywhere. There's all kinds of different things there's so many variables. And then of course you have people that are born intersex that have both. Right. So how can you tell me it's okay for those people to pick one of their genders, but nobody else can?
You have AIS and you go to either because of intrauterine, because of the SRY gene doesn't activate. You have intrauterine hormonal makeup, and for whatever reason, et cetera, and so forth. There's all sorts of possibilities that are not by any means universal. And the point is, they aren't by any means universal, but they add up to like between 1 and 2% of the population, and you wind up having it may sound inconsequential, but to those people, it's quite consequential. Yeah, it's very consequential. Yeah. And so you make these generalizations and basically say, well, I want because of what I want reality to conform to my views of gender and sex as a whole. And it doesn't. And how do you know it doesn't? Because intersex people exist and because trans people exist. Yeah. We're real.
We're
real.
And I want to say a couple things here. First of all, Ox had a question. I suck. I lost it. This is how I determine Ox. Which news network is featuring them? Because there's people that have transitioned fully, and then after the full entire transition went, I don't like this. Well, you didn't plan ahead, did you, idiot? Sorry for your luck. So because you got a couple people out there that are like, oh, I transitioned and I hated my life. They want to say that the whole thing is just this horrible effing thing. So those people, you will see them on places like Fox News talking shit about trans people. Those are the ones you got to watch for.
And that's actually the lowest percentage in terms of surgeries and whatnot.
I'll try to address the point. The point was directed at the fake trans people who switch gender just to make a point in sports specifically. And I'd have to say, nobody ever transitions in order to win a sports competition. The risks and the risks are too great. And on top of that, if you're really serious and you're really competing at a high level in sport, the requirements are too great. I mean, it's very consequential. I mean, you have to, under the rules that used to be the IOC regulations, used to be World Athletics regulations, you have to maintain a level of testosterone. These rules were introduced in 2004. A level of testosterone below either 10 or 5 nanomoles per liter. That's very low.
It's very low
for a male. It's not entirely within the female range. However, some cis female range, some cis female. In fact, the only people who have been booted in my memory, and certainly in the last quadrennium, the Olympics that took place in Tokyo, the only people that were disqualified from competing in the women's division were 2 South African, not South African, but Southern Africa, women from Southern Africa, whose T levels were in excess of 5 nanomoles per liter because they were both track athletes. So who's being hurt here?
Right.
It's not trans people. In the history of the Olympics, only one trans person in those 16 years, as I said earlier, has ever even qualified or made a national team. And you would think that over the course of 16 years, with a population of trans people of, say, 2% of the population, you would think that there are like 10,000 plus athletes competing at the Olympic Games. You would think that if you had 2% of those, you'd have more than none competing at that level. So you got to show me the person who switched genders, changed sex to win a pickle dish, because I don't see any.
I believe he was talking about a weightlifter.
Let me pause you real quick because Mouty. Oh, never mind. He left. Bye, Mouty. Go ahead.
Ox mentioned like a weightlifter that said that they were trans to ruin the woman's record.
Oh,
I don't know about it. Like I'm if you talk sports, that's like talking back about computers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about trans stuff, obviously, we're gonna have a big discussion about it.
Like the weightlifter that said he was trans to ruin the women's record. What
do you know who he's talking about?
What's their name? I know of Lauren Hubbard, who was the one trans person who qualified for a national team and actually went to the Olympics and was nowhere close to the podium. That's the only person who's ever made an Olympic team who's trans. The Canada guy with the full beard said he was trans, and
he set a record so high.
Well, then he's an asshole, and who whatever competition that was letting him do, he would not be able to compete in an actual weightlifting competition that is governed by the governing body of the sport of the athletic competition of weightlifting.
Yeah, I think that was a local thing that he allowed him.
Right. And that was bullshit. Of course it's bullshit. I mean, Doug was going on, well, what if LeBron James decided he was a woman tomorrow? Could he play in the NBA? You can't, that doesn't happen at that level. There are rules, there are regulations. You have to keep your T level below either 5 or 10 nanomoles per liter for over a period of 2 years before you're allowed to compete. Those were the NCAA rules.
Yeah.
And those things make a difference, mate. And you know, it makes a difference. It's a physiological difference. And you don't do it to win a you do it to be an asshole, I suppose, in a local contest that nobody really gives a shit and just wants to be, you know, wants to make a point.
I do think that is a thing that other people would use against trans people. Look what they did.
Yes, of course they use it against trans people, but show me the
that's the point.
And I think it's good that Ox asked about it. Like
I don't mind being asked about it. It's just
but
so I want to address this. I want to address this. First of all, Carol, I have said this 500 times. People are like, oh, people are becoming trans for the hell of it. No, who would want to be trans in this world right now? My God, you were just picking one severe mental health issue so we can deal with the smaller mental health issue. That's what we're doing.
And the statistics don't add up to that at all.
Yeah. No, and by the way, the people that are out there acting like it, they're haters that are just trying to take us down. That's all it is. There's nobody acts like they're trans for anything except for money. And that's what they get if they run their mouth enough from those toxic news stations. They get money.
All of the accusations regarding kids reek of blood libel and that ilk of bullshit.
Yeah, and like it's also I don't know, like yeah, why people think that's the case is like it's become kind of normal. So more people are coming out. It's not like that there's more gay people now. There's more people that admit it.
There's more people that admit it because there's more support out there for them. They have avenues. There's places they can go to get help. There's doctors that will listen. There's psychologists and psychiatrists that will listen to them now. That's why they're coming. At 5 years old, I told my mom I was mad because I didn't have a penis. Okay. Why did it take me so long? Because I was scared I was going to die because of where I lived.
Here's one study looking at average age was about 8.1 years, 317 individuals. Out of that, after a 5-year period, 7.3% of the youth had retransitioned at least once. And
7 point of youth?
Yeah, this is after a 5 period. This is looking at 8.1 years at starting age 5-year period.
Okay.
And after that, only 7.3% of them retransitioned from. This is social transitioning, by the way, not any physical thing.
Well, of course, because you
mean the
children.
hormone
That's
blockers
fallacy.
where they decide what they want to do.
Yeah, and out of that 7.3%, only 2.5% identified as cis afterwards. And
so those are better numbers than Christian men cheating on their wives. Yeah. Good.
And actually, another
2/3 of Christian men cheat on their wives.
And about half of them, and about half of them on here, 3.
Yeah, but only with Jesus.
Yeah, and about half.
I love having Jesus come inside me. I know somebody's going to clip that. I never should have said that.
I think like looking at like kids and like if they are if they feel that they're trans or not, I think that's not a really good metric because like kids are experimenting and like a friend's daughter, I've heard them say like that they felt more like a boy at some point for whatever reason, like, but like that doesn't necessarily mean that they're trans, and I think that
well, I guess I was just looking at the out of that 7.3%, and 3.5% of them came to the conclusion that they're non-binary.
Yeah.
So half
by
that.
The way,
so half that number was actually just, it's not the. I'm transitioning to the other gender. It's neither.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually. My apologies. I did not even think of that. Like, yeah, you don't have to transition. You can also like get stuck in the middle. Let's call it like that.
And actually, for those of you out there who do not know, they actually added TS for two-spirited to the end of the LGBTQIA. Now it's IATS++. So yes, that is because we're trying to include everybody, even natives. Because we do that.
So anyway, Eric, the other bullshit.
Hold on, Steph, real quick. Because Eric hasn't got to say a word yet. How are you, Eric?
I'm doing pretty good. I just totally came into this conversation blind, so I'm just catching up and listening to everybody's conversation.
And feel free to ask questions or put in knowledge or whatever. Just because you're not a trans person doesn't mean you can't talk about it, right?
Yeah,
Don't be afraid to jump in.
Yeah, I'm here to support my trans friends. I mean, I don't have a personal horse in the race. I'm not trans. I don't think I have anybody that's trans in my family, as far as I know. But I'm definitely here for the support and to learn. And if I don't have anything intelligent to say, I want to be quiet about it and just listen and learn. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay. I just want to get a chance to say hi to you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so
carry
much.
on. Yeah, man.
The only other thing I was going to say is the other stuff I talk about on my channel is sailing. So, there's that too. So.
Yes. This all started me asking Stephanie what she's been doing on her channel, and Pine Creek,
and then it turned into Doug.
Yeah, Pine Creek started running his mouth, and I had a discussion with Steph, and was asking for empirical evidence that she was trans, and she's like, "Well, I talked to my therapist and doctors, and then we did all this. And he's like, but empirical evidence. I'm like, where's your empirical evidence for your fucking Bible, buddy? Shut up. That's what you're basing all of this hate on is your Bible. You have no empirical evidence that's freaking true. So,
the cute thing about that was he goes, I talked to how did your psychiatrist know? I said, well, we talked about it. We talked
gleaned information.
Well, I mean empirical evidence. Well, empirical. How does your psychiatrist know you're depressed?
Yeah.
You talk about it. There's no, you're not going to have that kind of diagnosis. And he actually wound up agreeing. It's like there's within that field of health, it's not a kind of diagnostic you can do with a blood test. And why are you relying on that? You have to just come on now.
Whatever.
It's just, it's just silly. Every single one of the arguments was just plain silly.
Yeah, I mean, he was really trying to dig in there and find something to get you on, It's pretty crazy.
It was funny, it's in the context of athletic competition as well. A person with a penis is liable to be more, is gonna be far superior to a person with a vulva. And it's like, Doug, aside from pissing contests, I don't know of any competitions that provide a significant advantage. If you can spell your name in the snow and I can't, that's not exactly what we are talking about here.
I know women that can stand up and pee. It's no joke. Don't even try that shit with me. They can get pretty good distance too.
Okay.
Talking about peeing, not squirting. Oh, sorry, that's not Slim Stream.
Not the same thing. Nope. Yeah, what's a car got to do with it? Exactly, Ox. He said Volvo. Oh, you guys kill me. So, Eric.
All right, move on.
I'm going to move on. Eric, what have you been up to?
Nothing much. I'm a big cheap ass, and so I'm doing a cottage remodel. I got a cottage on the edge of my property, so I've been remodeling it myself like past month.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I'm finally starting to get out of that. That's why I've been kind of absent past like 6 weeks or so. I just been 12 hours a day in there just knocking things out. So I'm nearly done. I'm getting back into the groove of things, and
nice.
Got some
you gonna rent it out
there.
or
that's the
extra
idea.
Space or
rent it out. So that's been taking up my time. But other than that, I've been pretty good. I lost like several pounds on this project, even though I've been eating like a pig. But it's just overwork and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm just getting back into things. Working on my next video. I'm going to hopefully do a live stream here pretty soon. I've been participating in other live streams, kind of coasting along, but I'm hopefully going to step on the gas a little bit and actually
just stick your foot in the water, man. It's okay. It's not that cold.
Yeah.
You get used to it after about 2 minutes.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm good though.
Well, good.
Yeah. And hi everyone else that's in here. Hi, God's Granny. Hey, Stephanie.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello.
I've talked to God's Granny since our interview. A couple months ago, at least.
Yeah. It has been a bit.
2-ish, 3-ish months ago. Yeah.
Exactly.
And I don't think I've met anybody else in here. Mage Grey Wolf, Brainless Steel, or Commander 401. Awesome avatar, by the way, right there. That's
I know he's got a badass. Commander likes to play with computers. He's brilliant.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the Shills?
No.
Oh, you don't know the Shills?
The Shills? No, I don't think so.
Somebody put Claire, give me a link in the chat. I don't know, whoever's a mod. Give me a link for the Shills in the chat so everybody can find them. So their video art of penguins and the tanks and everything for Ukraine, that's all Commander 401's work.
Oh, okay, cool.
So you want to check that out. Yeah, he's really talented. Right. So he hangs out with the Shills and does a lot of stuff over there. Mage Grey Wolf is friends with Purple Rhymes with Orange and the Lavender Lady and all those folks over on that part of the community. So
Mage
he's over
does
there
gardening.
all the time. And Mage does gardening. And yes, Mage does have a gardening channel. Somebody wants to throw that in there for me. I'd appreciate it. Oh, you're not modded, Claire? Okay. I haven't been here in a long time. I don't remember who it is.
Gardening is fun.
So yeah, so Mage does gardening and stuff. Has been experimenting with different kinds of like mulch and composting stuff. Pretty interesting if you're into that stuff. Brainless Steel, you will find him over on Slim Cyborg's channel mostly.
Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah, he's Slim's sidekick for Slim's funny, silly, debunking, picking on idiots stuff that he does.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to check out Slim Cyborg, he has a great place to hang out. He talks from everything from BS to safe sex practices when you're in the BDSM community. Like that's what he does. Really good guy to hang out with. No muss, no fuss. He'll just say it the way it is. No bullshit.
Awesome.
So,
and Slim's is one of the people with one of the biggest hearts I've ever met.
Oh my God. He's got a heart of gold, man. He's just the nicest freaking guy, man. He really is.
But like,
he's just a good dude.
I would imagine, like, because Eric looks kind of vanilla, like me. If you would first see his face, you'd be like, "Ooh, what's that?"
First time I saw Slim, he was on somebody. I don't remember whose channel he was on. I was like, "Who the fuck's that with all the tattoos, man? What the? He's got nose ring and eye rings." I was like, "Who is that dude?" And I didn't know who he was. And then a couple months later, I saw him again. And then eventually I found out he had his own channel. And I've been hanging out with him for a couple of years now. So
very cool.
Yeah,
nice to meet.
They're good people.
Nice to meet all you faces.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Eric's a good dude. He's he runs around with, like, where are you at? AXP, Skeptic, so.
Yeah, I got my own channel. Got my own channel, Skeptic and Scoundrel. I've made appearances on not AXP, The Line with Jimmy and Matt and John Gleason, and so, and then I've been on Ember's live stream multiple times.
Yeah, that's it.
You know, Ember live streams way more than I do, so I'm always on his channel. And yeah, just smattering other people. I've been on Godless Granny's channel. I've been on Neil the 604
You've been on
channel.
You've been on What the Beck's channel now. You've completed the whole circuit.
The trifecta is complete. I finally have that. I can finally get that last stamp on my card. Yeah.
The crazy channel where you never know what they're going to talk about, because that's what I do here mostly. I mean, I am going to start an actual platform next Monday. I'm going to be doing a lot of political, social issue stuff, because we are mostly an atheist community, and most of us have political issues political ideas that align. And the bottom line is there's some horrible stuff going on out there, and we really need to talk about it. You know, we really.
Well, I live in Florida, so of course I have political issues.
It reminds me of the ramp up to World War II.
Yeah.
In Germany.
Yeah, they're starting a genocide.
Oh, they wish.
They're trying. They're trying. But you always have a place on this side of the water anyway. So. I think especially me as a white cis male, I need to mix myself in that conversation. It's also what I've been doing on Instagram. I've actually jumped into following and actively commenting on a feminist account on Instagram, because I think white cis men do need to show support for that as well.
Well, the bottom line is this: any minority out there, there's one single rule. If you want to support that minority and you look like the people that hate them, you're our best ally. That's it.
Yeah.
Like me, people don't know I'm trans. I walk up and say shit to people all the time. Well, what's that person wearing? Oh, that's a trans person. I don't know. Who cares? Does it matter?
No.
Like, that's my goal. I'm not going to try to convince everybody it's okay, because not everybody's going to think that. I'm going to try to convince them it doesn't matter to them. It's not changing their life. They're not losing any rights. Yeah. It doesn't matter. If you don't like gay or trans or bi or any of that stuff under the umbrella, don't hang out with them or date them. Ta-da! Solved your problem.
Yeah, but that's also the problem. I think a lot of, especially men, are scared to finding a trans woman attractive, because then they're probably gay.
Well, no,
and the same with a cute looking gay dude.
I know a lot of cishet guys that have said to me, man, you know, I'm not into like trans women necessarily. I just like women. And that lady right there is hot. And I'm like, I know, right? A lot of them are. You have no idea how many are walking the street by you and you're checking out their ass and they might still have a package or not. The bottom line is we're all attracted to different people. It doesn't matter what's in your damn pants. I have had 2 different women date me. And then after they dated me, they started dating men again. And I was like, I thought you were gay. And they were like, no, it's just you. And I went, huh? And I just couldn't wrap my head around it. You know?
Yeah, no,
that's
I
how
actually
good
think,
of people they were. They didn't care.
I think
I think there's nobody who is 100% straight and 100% gay. No one. There's always that one person that you would come across that is an exception for you. That you think like, oh damn, they look good. They're nice. Like I'm pretty sure for everybody there is somebody that will make you doubt your sexuality.
I don't know.
I've had a guy do it. I had 2 different guys do it. They were little, skinny, cute little twinks, and they were wearing like feminine clothing. And I thought, maybe, but they looked great. They were beautiful.
Yeah,
They weren't trans. They were just effeminate.
Hey, Beck, it has been a pleasure being here, but I need to get going. But thank you so much for having me on.
Oh, no, thank you for coming. I always love to see you. And I'll invite you on more often now that I'll be around. And thanks so much.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye. Bye. Commander, you want to jump off while we're saying goodbye to people? You said you had to go to bed. Are you done?
Yeah, well, let me show everyone something.
Okay.
Oh God, I need to. Is the sound coming through?
You're not showing anything yet. Oh,
no sound.
No sound.
That's badass.
That is awesome.
But no sound.
Ooh, even fades to black too. That's great.
Yeah, that's probably because it's just shown as a camera.
Nice. So you made that animation then?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Very cool.
Is it coming through now?
Of stuff like that.
Why don't people like me? Why can't I get laid? I support the kleptocratic clowns in the Kremlin and their gargoyles, whose mercenary armies are named after Hitler's favorite composer, and the only people in the West who like me are incels, like Nick Fuentes and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I smell like feces, and the Ukrainians seem to be getting all the hot chicks right now. It has nothing to do with me. It's because of those damn liberals. I support kidnapping people and killing people for no damn good reason. Why won't any women sleep with me? And I would have gotten away with it too if not for that meddling NATO. Yeah, it does get that stupid.
Well,
wow, that's awesome.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the last minute humor there, for
and
a
you
while.
did hear it, right? Because that's
we heard all that. That was funny.
Yeah, that one was with audio. Yeah.
And then I show the YouTube channel of the little incel that inspired it. He has a video on wanking, a video how he dresses up in cosplay. He has 12 subs, and I actually got more subscribers from that video mocking the video how to stop a toilet thief than he had on his entire channel. And I've thought about this. In fact, I sent a message to the NAFO people because I'm a truck driver, and they probably will never respond. But I thought of actually like going over there and trying to drive trucks. To give you an idea of the shit that I put up with at a defense contractor, when I think of the fact that they go, and Zelensky is Nazi, that actually aggravates my PTSD to the point where I want to kill. So I'm taking this Well, there's also the whole background too. There's a story that the borders changed because, like, Poland kept getting invaded and conquered, and then the Poles kept kicking the Russians out. This Russian soldier comes to this person's house and says, "You are now a citizen of Poland. Congratulations." And the woman says, "Thank God." And he says, "Whoa. What do you mean?" "Well, thank God we don't have to endure the harsh Russian winters." That's an old Jewish joke.
Yeah, because it's definitely harsh. Ollie, I don't think that's a bad idea. If you got them, smoke them.
Ollie's
well, everybody have a good night.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Thanks, 401. Take care, buddy. Be safe. I didn't choose the transition. I was bitten by Amy Newman. That's what she was trying to do to me. She didn't know I was already trans.
Yeah, that's called transpires.
Oh,
just watch out
my God. Someone. Oh, wrong side. I can't reach her. Somebody smacked.
Very punny.
Yes. Big rigs own the road. Show them respect. Stay out of the way, because odds are they're hauling your dinner for tomorrow or your children's clothing. You don't know. Or they could be hauling a piece of medical equipment that could save your life. Yes, do not ride their asses. Do not cut them off in traffic. They cannot stop as fast as you. I've literally lived the trolley problem. It's not okay. Don't do that to anybody. It was either a bunch of kids in the backs of cars 4 wide across the highway and an old man changing his tire. And I went over for the old man changing his tire to save all the kids' lives, and I stopped 8 feet away from him. And he waved at me and said, "Thank you." And I said, No, thank you. I'm sorry. And we're mouthing to each other through the windshield, right? And he's like, No, thank you. Like he looked up and saw me coming. He heard the brakes and everything. Because I was coming down that shoulder at him. And he knew I was trying to avoid hitting all those people. It was really scary, man. Like I shook for like 2 hours. I couldn't drive. I just pulled up in the truck stop. I didn't even park the truck right. I just pulled straight into the spot, got out of the truck, and I was like this with the cigarette going. And I couldn't fucking light it because my hands were shaking so bad. My buddy came over and lit it for me, handed it to me, and said, "Are you all right, man?" And I was like, "Dude, I need a minute." Holy shit. And the kicker of it was, guess how long I'd been behind the wheel? 8 months. 8 months, and that happened to me.
Damn.
So, yeah, it definitely makes you really like pay attention, look ahead as far as you can. Not that I didn't, I just couldn't because there was an overpass and concrete walls and it was a corner. But yeah, it's scary. Please do not do that shit to big rigs. We all want you to live.
Mm-hmm. Well, basically, don't fucking do that to anybody.
Yeah, really.
Don't do it to anybody. In traffic.
Thank
be a
you.
Real man.
Thank you, Carol. That's pretty much what it sounds like when your tires are skidding across the ground. See you later, my friend. That's my little brother from another mother. I don't know. I might adopt him, though. I might start calling him son. He's 4 years younger than mine. So do you guys know how big my YouTube channel would be if I could get my son to come on here with me because he's trans? How many times do you see a son and father or mother and daughter trans? You don't. It's very
2 generations of trans. You mean
2? Yeah, in a row.
Let's keep it at that.
He's just not. He's like, man, he's just not interested. And I'm like, we could like make money, right? Still not interested.
Do we have a statistic on how many people out of every 100 are trans or out of every 1,000?
I do not know. Who's my guru? It's going to look it up. Brainless?
No, I'll try.
What?
You do it for Slim.
What's the question?
Not always. No.
Yeah.
Like how many people how many people out of every 100 or 1,000 are trans?
0.2%. And between 0.2 and 0.5%. It depends.
Okay, so 20% of 1%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna say.
So how many are?
times those two together, and that's the probability of Beck and his child's situation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it might actually be higher than that.
I do wonder though, like how many people out there have two trans people in the same family like that? Not just siblings, but multi-generational.
There does seem to be a possible genetic factor involved in happening.
Maybe, yeah.
I think it will only increase because, like, I think there's especially like our generation and slightly up. It's not that accepted to come out. Like in certain areas it is, but like as you said, Beck, for you it took quite a while to come out because of where you were.
Well, yeah, I was scared to death. My God, man.
So like I think there's more people than the statistics can show because they're just not they're not
that's
people not coming out.
That's the classic problem with picking up accurate statistics, especially like I don't want to say this early in the game because trans people have always been around, but it's becoming a societal issue on a large scale. And it's a good thing in the long run because we're going to have more understanding around it, more discussion, more acceptance and such. But until that's been established and that's kind of over and done with, and we can like move on to other, societal questions and issues, we're going to have really hard time getting accurate statistics on, who's trans because many people won't self-report and stuff like that. And it's we've seen this many, many times in the past with other, societal shifts in
yes.
And it's just that part of the societal growing pains that we're going through yet again with a new question, a new shift in the way we understand the human species and how our society works. And it's we've seen this before.
It's the same as I believe it was Japan that had a study like about how kinky people were, but that was a face-to-face interview.
Yeah.
And I believe a couple of years later, Duracell, Durex did the same online, anonymous.
Yeah, totally changes it.
They were not the same results from basically the same people,
I think I can't remember. It's been a really long time, but I remember I would think it was some Middle Eastern country did a survey on who in their population were gay, and they were like, our gay ratio to straight ratio is like super, super low, and they're like really proud of that. And I was like, no, you got lots of gay people in your populace. They just won't self-report out of fear of retaliation from the government or retaliation from their neighbors or so on and so forth. It's like boasting these numbers, like these numbers are not accurate, especially this early, like I said, into the game, into the societal change. It's going to take time.
Well, then there's also like Carrie was saying, you have to consider how many people are added into the world every year too. Like people, they want to use a statistic from 2016. That doesn't count anymore. We have millions of more people than that now.
Yeah, it's an indication, but like, it's if you don't do the study again, then like you don't know for sure.
Yeah, the numbers keep changing, and it is a question of societal acceptance, and more people are self-reporting, as you say, because not because of it being a social contagion. It's just that people are more comfortable with it. I was born in 1953. I told my mom I was a girl when I was 3.5, and the treatment for that was electroconvulsive therapy. It's not there was one physician, really, Harry S. Benjamin, who was famous for actually studying trans people because the studies around scientific study of trans identities and non-cishet identities were well underway in the 19 teens and the 1920s in Germany until 1933. The Nazis walked into the Center for Sexual Research in Berlin, burned all the books in the library, and took all the records so they could lock people up. So, when you go from moving from that atmosphere into an atmosphere where who was on the cover of Time magazine? Laverne Cox was on the cover of Time magazine in 2016 with the headline "Transgender Tipping Point." Well, it's because Laverne came out, was successful, and all of this. I mean, I started transition in 1998. In some ways, it was easier because the only thing I had to deal with was my family, my friends, my physicians, the people in my sport, all of that. It was really quite a private thing. And I really kept my effing mouth shut about any of these things until 2018, when things started ramping up in terms of denying people access to being able to live in society as a trans person. It became political, so I had to, in self-defense, become a little political. If only to, and this is what I did in the first blush of this, ask my friends, please write the Department of Health and Human Services and ask them not to write this regulation into federal law. I mean, because at 0.2% of the population, we are in no position to defend ourselves. So these people need to start, our friends need to be there for us.
Yes, or allies. It's the same as if anybody goes to a black person and says, what can we do as white people? Advocate. Because they're not going to listen to the other black people. They're going to listen to people that look like them because they're fucking prejudiced. And those are the only people they're going to listen to.
Yep. And that's what I've realized being in the group of people that I've been in lately. So trying and like, yeah, got step by step. I'll take, I'll be doing more.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I mean, I do it, and unfortunately, where I live, there's not a lot of, well, fortunately, but unfortunately, there's not a lot of hate here, so there's not a lot of people for me to call out. So I'm kind of bored. It's hard for me to find somebody. But when I do, I say it so loud that the whole fucking building can hear me.
Yeah, but like, not a lot of hate doesn't mean that there is a lot of acceptance.
But there is a lot of acceptance. And I actually, when I went in, speaking of trans stuff, when I went in to get my last mammogram / ultrasound before the surgery, and by the way, just so anybody's curious, I would have had to have them removed eventually anyways. There was precancerous shit going on in there. That was about to change.
Okay.
So in the next 2 years, they would have had to been gone either way because it was in both breasts. But anyways, I had a doctor come up to me after the ultrasound and everything was done. She came in and said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and clear you for surgery. There's some problem areas, but it's in the breast tissue. So we're just going to remove it. And we don't have to worry about it. And I was like, cool. And she said, how have you been treated here? And I said, I'm sorry, because no one's ever asked me that. And I said, I'm sorry. She goes, well, how are the staff doing with you being trans? And I said, oh, they were amazing. I went in, and for all of you men who do not know or don't have a wife that has told you, you go into the mammogram part. They wrap you in this little tiny shawl looking thing. You go sit in a room full of fucking women, and then they take you over for the ultrasound. So being who I am, she said, here, come here. I have an idea. And I was like, what? Where are we going? She goes, I'm going to stash you someplace. Come here. So she snuck me around the corner. Took me through the staff area so nobody in the waiting room could see me, just a little glimpse through a doorway, right? takes me into this area where they're doing construction on the mammogram machine. They're doing work on it, fixing something in there. And she closed me off. She gave me that little changing room to hang out in. Wasn't that nice?
Yeah.
I was like, thank you.
Nice.
Because I'm already sitting there with a mask on with my beard sticking out the side because it was thicker at that time. And the women are looking at me like, why is that guy getting called back? You know, I should have said gynecomastia. That was going to be my excuse for the surgery, but I'm too honest. But it was nice. So what she said was she was checking because she used to live in Kansas City. And since she was at the only clinic that gave transgender care in a 3-state area, they were extremely busy all the time. They were packed. People coming from other states and all over the state of Kansas to go to that one clinic. And she said, you know, it's just not as prevalent here with trans people. And I said, you know, you're right. You know, it's not as prevalent. I mean, there are some trans people here, but there's gay people everywhere, you know, here. Like the richest people here are gay women and gay men. They're the richest people here, really. So she said, I just want to make sure and see how you're getting treated because, you know, I said, well, I'm kind of an anomaly, huh? And she said, yeah, you kind of are. So in this area. But I have to be honest. Thank you, Ox. I actually had to trim back one side of my mustache because the other side wasn't growing in as well. But anyways, that was so hard. I was taking scissors like, no, I don't want to cut it. Snip. Anyways, so yeah, but it was nice. It's nice to be in an area where a doctor comes up to you and says, are you being treated well? And then she said to me when I went to leave, she said, if you ever have a problem in this healthcare system, you let me know. I said, yes, ma'am, I will. I don't know her fucking name anymore, but I know where she works. But it was great. I mean, it was amazing how they treated me. I went in the ultrasound thing and the lady, you know, stuck her head around the corner and said, come on, Beck, I'm ready for you. So I followed her over there and then she turned around to close the door and she flinched for just a second. She went, yeah, go ahead and make yourself comfortable on the bed. We'll get going in a second. Let me set up the equipment. But she just one little tick, but it was amazing because she didn't treat me any different after that. You know, I could tell she felt kind of weird for a second. And then after I was in there for about 5 minutes, she was fine. So
yeah, but like it's not something people encounter every day.
Well,
you know?
Not in a place that's specifically for women. No. It's not something. No. Yeah. People come in with beards saying, I want a mastectomy.
No, but like even like in public, like it's not something you or at least notice. And like, so yeah, for people that don't see that a lot, like if I would come across somebody who's trans, like in public, I would like, oh, you're trans. Oh, okay. Like, but that's because I've been hanging out with you, and before that I've also been hanging out with other trans people, like, so yeah, that's
right.
But yeah, like there still is that one moment where you're like, oh wait, it's not standard, like,
yeah, it's not typical.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
so
of course.
So there's always gonna be something like, oh, okay, because it's something with a lot of people you don't immediately notice, you know.
Yeah.
And with some people you notice immediately, but like then again, like, so
I'm going to tell you though,
fucking what?
We have 2 trans ladies here that obviously started transitioning late in life. I have seen them when I worked at CVS. They walked in and out, and I literally watched people like to see how they'd react, right? And one of them, she was obviously in a relationship with the woman she was with for a long time. You could tell it was like a, oh, honey, I'm going to transition, and she stood by her kind of thing, which is amazing and beautiful. That's called true love, folks. And I would watch them, you know, I would stop working and I'd just kind of like peek over the gondola just to see what people do. And people would just like,
yeah,
it's literally, if you're not an asshole here, people just don't care. Just don't be an asshole. This is the land of don't be a dick.
I think it's similar to people with like a handicap. Like you look for a second, like,
exactly.
Oh, yeah,
you notice
that's going on. Okay.
you notice something different about the person than the typical person that's walking down the street. That's exactly what the looks look like. There was never a sneer or a side glance or an or nothing. It was just, oh, that's a person.
I mean, most animals are wired to quickly observe their surroundings and then take note of anything that might be out of the ordinary or different, or out of the norm, rather. And so, yeah, when you do come across somebody, like, let's say somebody's in a wheelchair, or somebody's missing a limb, or, you know, somebody has green hair, like, you're gonna naturally, your brain's gonna naturally go, whoa, something's different. I'm not, I didn't expect this. And there's a primal reaction in there for your brain to go, okay, I need to understand what's going on here, because, you know, animals, like my dogs do this all the time, or my cat does this all the time. Whenever they see something that's out of the ordinary, they have to investigate it. There's a moment where they go, oh my God, something's going here. They investigate it because it promotes safety. It promotes familiarity with the environment. It's just hardwired into us as animals. And when we do see something that we are not used to seeing, or something we were not expecting, our brains are just going to go, whoa. And then it's that moment, no matter what you're looking at, I think that moment is fairly forgivable, because that is a reaction to some type of new stimuli that you weren't expecting. So there's no way you can really prepare for that. It's what you do. It's what you do after that counts. And Beck, as you were mentioning, how when you went into the procedure room, nurse comes in and goes, oh, and then proceeds on like things are normal, because that initial reaction, wasn't expecting something, processed it, moved on, treated you like
she just needed a second for her brain to go, oh, okay, I'm caught up. That's literally all it is. And you know, it never offends me either. Like, I'm just so anybody who doesn't know me, because I know I haven't streamed a long time and I have met a lot of amazing people since then, you can ask me anything about being trans. I will answer you. I do not care. I am deadly honest. I'm horrible at lying anyways. And if it helps people understand, I will answer any question as long as it's asked respectfully.
Yeah.
That's it.
Beck, that's one of the things I love about you. You know, like, you're honest, and like, and you're willing to take a bit of bullshit and explain like why it's wrong, you know, like, if somebody makes a mistake, like, and like, especially if it's an honest mistake, like, you accept that. And like, not everybody knows everything about it.
Yeah. Well, let me explain to you how I became like that. Because at first I was like, fuck you. I could tell you, it's none of your business. Right. But then I watched all these people talking on here with Christians. And I watched people be really, really nice. And I've watched some people be mean. And the bottom line is, every discussion's a better outcome if you're not mean. And the biggie, if you are civil and treat that other person with respect that you want, they are way more likely to listen to you. Bottom line.
That is all true.
I think a great deal of discomfort that that sometimes trans people have or feel is because transition isn't for the faint of heart, and the first days are the hardest days, and people early on in transition are very, very self-conscious of the, you know, couple of things going on. You're hormonal as hell because you're going through puberty number 2, and you haven't really figured out how to dance yet. You haven't really figured out the way your body moves. You haven't really figured out a whole bunch of stuff about how you're going to be comfortable. So when you get into an uncomfortable conversation, you immediately tense up and go, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say.
But like,
and as time goes along, it gets easier and easier and easier, because you become. It's a process of becoming.
It really is.
But I also think it's also okay to be saying like, I don't know it myself yet. Like, that's also a completely acceptable answer. Like,
I have this weird answer that I say a lot and people look at me funny. I say, I don't know. I admit it because I don't know. And you know what? It's a good opportunity for someone that knows what the hell they're talking about to explain something to me so I'm more knowledgeable about the topic, whatever it is. Yeah. So I just say, I don't know, and I let them teach me instead of acting like I do and trying to glean stuff from the little conversation that they're having that's one-sided because I don't know what they're talking about, because that's stupid. So, yeah, I will not do it.
Yeah, no, that's actually something I also say actually quite a lot. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, tell me, explain it to me. I'm a dumb white cis male. Like,
yeah, 6'3" tall, bro. Yeah, I bet. Isn't the average height there like 5'8"?
Yeah, I was pretty.
You were like, how are you guys doing? How are you doing? Oh, you're not a kid. I'm sorry. That's great. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that was a fun time. But yeah, like my wife, she's like 5'8", which is about the average height there, so she blended in perfectly. But I'm like another 5 inches above that. So yeah, I got a lot of glances when I was walking around. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I bet. Yes, Oz says I can appreciate that those that can maintain a position of kindness and patience. Not always. Sometimes I turn into a dick. I can't hold it back all the time. I tried the nice card and decided to fold that hand. Now, if you're willfully, I can't talk tonight, ignorant, you just get a big old fuck you. Yes, sir. That's how I like it. I just tell them off. Like somebody trying to tell me their religion is right and I'm wrong about my own shit. Like that guy did on that one channel that day. Whose channel were we on? That Shane guy was in the fucking chat.
Wasn't that Slim? Wasn't that Slim?
It was Slim. It was Slim Cyborgs. You guys got to go check that out. We blasted the shit out of that dude over and over. And he kept coming back for more because he's like, I'm trying to save you. And I said, you know what? I can appreciate the sentiment that you think you're doing the correct thing. I'm just letting you know that you're not. Yeah. You're going to get more people hurt with that shit. He said, I never said anything about violence. I said, buddy, you don't have to. People like you walking around saying trans people are wrong and sick and fucked up and gay people are wrong and sick. That misinformation kills people. You don't have to be violent. There's plenty of other people out there going to do it for you because you're running your mouth. He didn't have a response really for that one, but yeah, we had fun with him.
He didn't have really a response for anything.
Yeah, he just kept, God, but the Bible. I'm like, prove it. So no, there are some people that get to me, but I don't know. Slim had me riled up before that. We were all laughing and joking around, and then that dumbass came in, and then boy, it was like a freaking rabbit in the middle of a pack of wolves, a rabbit that was tied down in the middle of a pack of wolves. We just went,
and then the biggest surprise for that fucker, Beck mentioned that he's trans.
I said that, he was like, I gotta go, and I was like, I wonder if that guy knows he was talking to a trans dude that whole time, and everybody just died. Because I never told him, and he kept running his mouth. I never told him I was trans until he left.
That's quite funny because I'm pretty sure he did not know. Yeah, thanks, Dorna. I was just thinking like somebody should drop a link to Slim.
Yeah, a lot of these times, these anti-trans things usually don't even register for trans men.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, but like that's what I said. Like, I think the biggest problem is white, straight, biblical straight men are afraid of thinking a trans woman is attractive or a twink is attractive. I don't know if that's a acceptable term, but you know what I mean. I don't mean any disrespect with that.
I was having a conversation after regatta. An international judge and a U.S. and two national judges, and I had run the regatta, and it was a match race regatta in Marblehead. It was a qualifier for a national championship, and And we're sitting there and having a pleasant discussion, and all of a sudden, this one guy starts talking about how trans people are going to ruin women's sport. And I'm sitting there listening to the whole thing, and I'm sitting there going, oh, really? Now he's really thinking, talk about this, and just like, and finally it got around to this thing. I just finally looked at him and said, "Have you ever met a trans person?" He said, "No," and I said, "Well, you have now."
Ooh.
Isn't that great?
It was really funny. It's like,
I love that shit.
Hell, I didn't know. Normally my radar is fucking exemplary, right? I have the best fucking radar. And Steph went right underneath of it. I totally missed it. I had no idea when I met her. She's one of the few people
it was
I've
really
ever
funny.
met.
I mean,
Oh, no, it's great. I love it when that happens.
IJ's sitting there saying, "Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that." Well, you want to run your mouth, go ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
folks, I gotta drop.
Eric,
so
yeah, I saw that, buddy. Hey, thanks for stopping by, and
yeah,
I'm
thanks
gonna
for the
invite
invite.
people on for more streams, and we're gonna talk a lot of political stuff, whatever. If you're interested in that, let
Sure.
me know.
I'm always looking to exercise my political muscle and also my muscle on discussing trans issues because I have very little experience in both, and I want to get myself out there and
Well,
get
cool.
better at it.
Come
So,
by anytime
cool.
you want for a discussion.
Awesome.
Every Monday
Well, hey,
night.
all right, everyone.
Thanks
Have a
for
good
the
night.
support.
Thanks, audience.
Thanks, buddy.
Bye.
Peace.
Later.
Yeah.
Answering Fox's
nice guy.
question, I have competed at 3 or 4 J24 World Championships. Done well at one. Top 10 out of 50 votes at one, and that's doing something. We had a second place finish in one race, and it was really thrilling. It was really great.
Here's a fun fact. Hey, Steph, how many times have you been through the Panama Canal?
Once.
What about the other one?
What other one? The Suez Canal?
Yeah, there was another one you mentioned that you went through, right? Didn't you say you went through
No.
2 of them?
No.
Oh,
no.
I must have misunderstood you. Okay, I thought you said you went through 2. My apologies. I'm just going to leave this up for a while.
Quite something.
Birth canal.
Yeah, birth canal. That's true. Did that.
Yes, Claire. This was my original spot, but an hour later. I used to start at 9 p.m. Eastern. I might have to go back to 9 p.m. because the place I'm working at is open until 6 p.m. So I might have to have that 20 minutes to get home and start everything. So it might be 9 o'clock instead, but I don't know what days I work yet. So we will see. I'm going in for training in the morning. So fingers crossed. It's not the pay I need, but it's a fucking income till I get something better. So I just took it.
And that's a good thing. Like,
it's a mom and pop owner, and that's why I agreed to a little cheaper, because they said, well, we do a 6-week training period, and if you excel during that training period, we'll give you a raise right away, after the 2-week mark. And I said, okay, you'll be giving me a raise in 2 weeks. And I grinned at her, and she grinned back at me. And she said, oh, will I? And I said, yes, ma'am, you'd be a fool not to hire me. And she said, really? And I said, yep. I said, I'm single. I have 2 cats at home that don't care if I'm there or not. I'm a workaholic. I am meticulous in everything I do, and it has to be perfect and done before I leave for the night, or I don't sleep well. And she goes, and he's like, well, will you start at this amount? And then we'll talk in 2 weeks into your training. And I said, deal. So, because there's room to move up in the company, which is why I
but that's good. And like, yeah, you sound like the kind of person that is a perfectionist.
My house is a fucking mess, but when I go to work, it has to be neat and clean and detailed, and everything has to be in its spot. And if you look in my cabinet, I have everything lined up by like the corn's together, the beans are together, the black beans are over here because they're not pinto beans. Like, that's how my cabinet is.
Okay.
So when I do organize something, it looks like a goddamn shelf at a brand new department store or something. Like, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's
well, and I used to do merchandising, and I think that's where the habit came from with because before I did merchandising, I never straightened out my cans like that. But now they have to be freaking perfectly neat. So when I open my cabinet, I can see everything I have, like a store shelf. So that's where I'm at.
That's nice.
That's right. I can't be cocky. No dicks. That's right. Yeah, I know, Claire. You know, do you guys know how long I've been without a job? October 13th of last year. And that's when I lost my shit and I disappeared for a while. Yay, Wellbutrin. I'm so glad I don't take that shit anymore. Anyway, so yeah, it's this last 2 months I have been like, I literally in the last month I did around 210, I think, applications, maybe 230, something like that in a month to get this one job. Yeah, and a bunch of failed interviews. Carol Kinzer black beans are not that great. The trick to them is to season them and let them sit in it so it soaks the flavor in. They do have seasoned black beans that they sell, which are a lot better than the regular ones. But they are really high in protein for a bean. So that's why so many vegans have black beans in their dishes. That's why so many vegetarian places.
I was concerned using black bean rice in a meal I was going to make.
Oh, yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
And by the way, for some reason, I don't know if it's just me, but black beans don't make me fart. But the other ones do. So they're anti-gas, too. I mean, you can't beat that. You can smash them up and mix them in with something to make a dressing using them. You can do all kinds of different things with them where you won't really notice that it's that black bean. You can do all kinds. I've known people to put them into a roux, kind of thing. Or into like make a roux and then put it. But anyways, you know what I mean. My mom made some wicked black bean soup back in the day. Oh man, my mom never did anything. We never did anything Hispanic. The only culture my mom knew about was the Chinese culture. So she would make a big Chinese feast. Probably like every 2 months or something like that. And she'd give everybody chopsticks and make us try to eat with them. And she bought traditional like bowls and tea cups, with no handle and all that. She bought all the traditional stuff. She was really serious about it. She had a beautiful ebony pair of chopsticks that were hers that she always used. And they were always clean in the drawer. And that one, it was mom's, she was really big on trying to expand our culture. She just didn't know much else. So she taught us what she knew, so I grew up as a child, not knowing, not understanding as a small child, not understanding the conflicts with China and all that stuff. I thought the Chinese people were amazing. I wanted to go over there and visit them and meet them and eat their food, So no, but it was, I wish she would have been, maybe had a little more like Hispanic in there somewhere too, because I love Hispanic food. It's so good. And they put so many beans in everything. You don't need meat. There's so many beans in that your protein is fine off of the beans. You don't even need to have the meat in with the burrito. Like, I don't know about everywhere else, but here where they like everything's homemade fresh, they load those fuckers. They'll give you a burrito that's like this big, and it's like this big around, and you can't eat it all at once. You have to eat it in 2 portions because it's so laden with food. And all homemade. So good. 7-bean soup is great if it's made right. Yes, I agree with that. Grains and legumes, huh, Carol? Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? I eat bread here and there still, so shh, don't tell my doctor. Every other day I'll have some bread.
Oh, no bread.
But I try not to eat a lot of it because most breads have something like egg or something, milk or something in them I shouldn't have.
Well, I guess you could get or make bread that's suitable for your diet.
I was just looking up. I've been growing yard-long beans, and I was just looking up the protein in them. There's 91 grams is 2.5 grams of protein.
Should have put the link in again. It's been so long, I forgot to pin it. Here you go. Anybody wants to come in? Includes you too, Oz. If you're bored, come on in, you little fucker. Who's about an inch taller than me. I love calling people little fuckers like that. Like Cosmic Kyle. I don't know. Some of you guys probably don't know him, but he's like 6'1", and he's a big, like just big, broad-shouldered dude, And I call him. I'm like, you better watch it, little boy. And he starts laughing because he's way bigger than me. Cornbread. Hey, Carol, fun fact. Here you can buy jalapeno cornbread, and not just in the shitty stuff in the Dollar Tree. That is a version, but it tastes horrible. But if you make homemade jalapeno cornbread, it is so effing good. Like, so good, you guys. Cornbread and chili beans. Yeah, you can do chili beans. You can do I like corn kernels in my cornbread. I don't know about you guys, but I like it when there's like chunks of corn in it. Like people use the creamed corn, or they chop up the corn so it's in like, smaller pieces, and they put it in there. I love that. Do you? Oh, Claire, I got to come visit you, chickie. She knows how to freaking cook, man. Let me tell you. Dollar Tree parking lots are a war zone.
Not mine.
Really depends on how many cops are around the Dollar Tree, Kalasia. I think that is only proportionate to the amount of law enforcement in the area. Okay. Corn fritter with corn chunks. You talking my language, baby. You talk to me, Carol.
Okay. You guys go get a room.
I just flirt with all the chicks.
Good for you.
Yeah, you told me that. See, Claire's got a buddy who takes care of her. She's a chef. She brings her like chef food.
Oh,
that's a pretty good deal. But Claire's like me. She doesn't want to cook for herself. I don't like to either, Claire. I like to cook for other people. I want to see somebody like sit down and enjoy that food I made. You know what I mean? That's the Italian in me screaming, right?
If there's something, if it's for someone, yeah, I'll do a lot more than when it's just for myself.
I stole Maya's weasel. I stole Maya's weasel.
Hello, everyone.
I can accept chick, please don't. I would never call a woman hoe unless we had that kind of a relationship and she could call me a dick. I would never talk to a woman like that. Ever, ever, ever. I have way more respect for women than I do most people in this world. So, yeah. Deep fried. Yeah, Carol, talk to me, baby. I really, right now, any food sounds good that I can eat. They're talking about like corn and beans and stuff. Totally on my diet. I can have that.
Avocado rice.
That's true. I did not tell the whole story. Claire set up her entire business and does accounting for her. So she earns the free meals. They just trade it, right? I love trade of services. I think more people need to go back to that, Claire, honestly. It's a good, honest system as long as you can trust each other enough to do that. It's a good, honest system where, you can... Why exchange? Here, let me tell you why I feel like that, right? So I'm working with my brother, and he's working for my ex-brother, sorry. And he's working for these guys that were staying over here who have now moved into their house. So they're paying him money, and he's giving me money, and then I'm giving money to the landlord where they live. Isn't that interesting? Because that's what I did with my money. I was paying the bills. So it ends up being circular. You give somebody money and they give you something, then you give them money and they give they give you money, you give them something right back. What the fuck? What's the point? Trade of services and trade of goods, man. It worked great back then, and nobody had to like fight each other for a fucking dollar on the street.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is? It's not enough people that actually know a trade that could trade a service.
I actually found Simply Truth Kroger brand sliced cheddar cheese that actually tastes somewhere between real cheddar and the Kraft stuff. Simply Truth makes it, sells it at every, well, not every Kroger. Most Krogers have it if they have a good vegan cheese section. And it's good. Like it's the first time I have taken anything vegan and just eaten it plain, because I was like, this is going to be horrible. So I took a little piece off and I was like, getting ready to spit it out. And I went, wait a minute. That's good. It's got paprika in it and everything. Like they actually put good ingredients in it. It's pretty good.
I have a problem. My problem
I don't know if it melts. So don't hold me to that. I have no idea. Yeah, go ahead.
My problem with soy milk is it has this funny aftertaste.
Soy juice.
That's the reason why I usually go with almond milk if I'm going with any kind of milk alternative.
I didn't even know Maya was still here. I love you, girl.
Shots fired, great. Maya. Shots fired.
Shots fired. That is an awesome trade, right? Yeah, you're damn straight. I'd be the hoe in that garden. Oh, plow right through them weeds. No, just kidding. DKH, you are so fucked up, but for some reason I love you for it. I don't even understand why. You are a sick bastard, but I love it.
But yeah, you Americans, this European is also gonna go. Just want to say, like tomorrow, Slim is gonna go over AI generated stuff, and it might include the AI generated religion that I used ChatGPT for, based on Slim, the living cyborg.
Nice.
So, like,
Claire, Claire, can I get that recipe? No, I'm serious. I know there's some ways to make things taste cheesy without using like vegan cheese. There's other, and I can't remember how to do it anymore. And she said that and it reminded me I forgot how to do it. So yeah, if you could send me any kind of recipes you have like that are totally vegan, I would fucking love it. I need to change some shit up. I'm getting bored.
All the new people, nice meeting you. Why am I waving? I don't have my camera on.
It's okay. You can wave. We don't know that you're doing it. Don't tell on yourself.
Why not? Hey, you did see my name, right? Good night, people. Good night.
Peace, buddy. Thanks for stopping by.
Are you still able to eat stuff that has a lot of potassium in it, like broccoli and stuff?
Oh, I can eat anything that didn't come from something with eyeballs.
Okay.
Wait, so if I take out the eyeballs first?
No. It still came with the eyeballs. It was still born with the eyeballs.
What if
Man, I am just a lucky bastard.
Eyeballs?
No, I have Ember on here. What's up, buddy?
Yo.
How you doing, man? I didn't know you had a trans kid.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
that's actually why I bothered to come out myself, because my oldest came out to me, and you know how it is. They were clearly like, are people going to accept me? What are people going to think? And I'm like, homie, you're not alone.
It's cool. A lot of us are.
Yeah.
So I have to tell you, now that you told us that, if you want to expand on that story after I tell you this, you're welcome to. So my child, female, comes to me, says, "Oh, I really need to talk to you." You know, using the M word because it's pre-transition. And I'm like,
Okay.
"What's up, kiddo?" So comes over for dinner. We go out in the garage to have a cigarette. It's wintertime. It's cold as fuck out, right? So we're out in the garage and we're having a cigarette and talking, and her leg's just doing this, you know, and she's fidgeting. And I'm like, "Are you okay?" Well, I want to talk to you, but I'm afraid you're gonna hate me. I'm afraid you're gonna be disappointed in me. And she starts crying. And I was like, "Sweetheart, whoa. Take a deep breath. Listen to me for a second. Did you rape somebody?" And she goes, "What? No." And I said, "Thief, murderer, anything like that?" And she's like, "Fuck no. What are you talking about?" And I said, "How the hell could I be disappointed in you? You're a great person. You're intelligent. You have this huge heart. You love children. You'll do anything for a friend. Like, how the fuck am I? Just talk to me. How could I be disappointed in you? And she said to me, and I said this with a knee. Let me just tell you before I tell you, it was a knee-jerk reaction. I didn't even think what I was saying. I told you guys, sometimes honesty just falls out of my mouth. So she said, well, I said, just tell me. And she goes, I want to be a guy. I'm trans. And I said, who doesn't want a dick? Go do it. And I went, oh. And it was the first time I had ever admitted it in my life to anybody. And I kind of caught myself and then went back to her. She didn't even flinch. And so here she is. She gets a year and a half into it. And I'm like, hey, kid. He's like, yeah. He's got this deep voice now. And he's got this big ass fucking beard that's kicking like freaking weasels. It pisses me off. But anyways, but I'm getting a better mustache. So it'll be all right. So I get a hold of him. I'm like, hey man, I'm done. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm going to transition. He's like, oh, all right. And I'm like, so you can call me, I don't know. You already have a dad. You can call me Pops, or I don't know. What do you want to call me? And he's like, Pops is cool. And I'm like, all right, we'll just do that. So, yeah, so that's how it happened with him. It was cute. And at the same time, I was like, dude, just do it, man. Live your life. Be happy. Like, I'm like, look at me. I have fucking nothing. I've worked my ass off my entire life. I have a tiny home and that is it. That's all I have to show for it. But you find support, you guys. If you need to talk to somebody, come to one of us. And we don't even care if it's not that. If you want to talk about something else, like you're non-binary or you have halitosis and it just pisses you off and you want to talk to somebody. I mean, any of us here would get into a back room with any of you and talk to you, because that's just, first of all, we're not going to push anybody away. You're all brilliant and wonderful people, but also we care about everybody. So there's nobody up on this panel that as far as I know, I'm still getting to know Ember. The rest of them, I know for sure, would make the time out of their day to talk to anybody that had an issue. And I'm pretty sure Ember's
community
like
is the most important thing. It's
Absolutely.
why we're all here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Isn't that great how that horrible book can just get all of us wonderful people together, hating it together?
That's what we always said about hell. Like, if the Bible were true, hell's the place to go, because that's where all the good people would be.
Right. And besides, you know what Ember, this is what I get him with all the time. I love doing this to him, right? And I'm like, so you're saying I'm going to go to hell because I don't follow God? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh. You have an all-loving and all-forgiving God, right? Well, yes, I do. They always do that. Their chest comes right out and their head goes back. They're all proud. And I'm like, and so your God wouldn't like intentionally like kill anybody, right? I mean, he forgives people. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, so why waste my life praying to something that I don't know it exists? And if the day comes and that motherfucker's standing before me, I'll tell him, I'm sorry, I was wrong. And you know what he's going to do? He's going to forgive me. So you waste your life on whatever you think. And the day comes that fucking heaven arrives and I'm supposed to go up there. I'm going to say, I'm sorry. And all that fun I had in my life being me, there's no marks against it, dumbass.
If there is a God out there that's worth
they say he's all forgiving. They say he's all forgiving.
I've heard a number of people.
Forgiven. All you have to do is ask for forgiveness. Fine. Why am I going to quit being trans and follow your psycho fucking Bible that wants me to like kill human beings and, and all this horrible fucking hatred, bigotry shit? Why would I follow that? You know what I think? I think if there is a God, when the day comes, he's going to look at all of us and go, man, you guys are smart. You didn't fall for that shit. I wasn't saying that.
That's exactly it.
That's what I think would happen, if anything.
If anything, I think I have heard a number of people say that the Bible is most likely a test to see who reads that hateful nonsense and rejects it.
I've heard that before, yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it, man. Here. She's spoiled. She gets her treats up here. Spoiled the damn girl.
Gotta spoil the pet
anyways
sometime.
If there is a god, he's a meanie poo-poo head. Yes, Gur. He is definitely a meanie poo-poo head. Where can I find some of those human beans? Is that how babies are made? You plant the beans. No. No, you have to carefully take the bean. First, you have to soak it in salt water for 24 hours. Okay. Then once you've done that and it gets nice and puffy, you got to make sure that seed stays whole and you have to swallow it whole. And then it will start growing. And you just shit it out when it's time. Done.
What?
I don't know. I just made up a bunch of bullshit. I don't know. It was total crap.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that's how
any in that intentionally.
I'm pretty sure that's how Trump was born. Someone shit him out.
Is that like how you get a basilisk or something? Like,
I
didn't follow any of that.
You guys ever wonder if he's a product of incest? He's really stupid. Now think about this for a second. Although they were bigoted, racist assholes, his father and grandmother made a lot of money. They knew what the fuck they were doing. They knew how to stomp on people and get rich. This guy can't even stomp on somebody right. He's a fucking idiot. I swear to God, he's inbred or something. There's something wrong with him.
Well, no one disagrees
Stephanie,
with that. I don't
you
think
were
it's
cheating,
inbreeding, though.
Yeah, but inbreeding's more fun than any
uncle
other
was pretty
explanation. Shut up.
Yeah, that's
His
true.
uncle was into the KKK, so I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe it's heritable. There's that.
Good point.
Yeah,
good point.
His uncle was a pretty smart guy. So
better idea.
Didn't
Better idea. Just take the seeds out of your tomatoes and just go plant them. I don't think you need to eat tomatoes and shit by the hedgerow to grow them, buddy. And by the way, the upside down tomatoes tend to do really, really good and they have less pest issues. So I would suggest doing it that way. Not underneath the hedgerow. Lots of bugs. Mage got the farmer coming out in me. Sorry, guys. But they're fertilized. I understand they're fertilized, Ox. I understand that, my friend. Also, human shit can be really bad if it's not composted first. It's too acidic, toxic. Yeah, it needs to be composted.
You can also have
so you would kill your seeds when you shit them out if they made it through.
Yeah, you could also have a lot of nasty bacteria that you do not want getting into stuff.
Did you guys hear about that? You know, the 1,000 Ways to Die? This woman had that thing where she wants to eat dirt. Whatever that. What's that called? Fuck. Anyways,
I don't know the name of that.
Something was missing in her diet or something is what they said, because she kept craving dirt and she wanted like fresh, moist dirt. So she went over to her neighbor's house when he wasn't home and pulled some dirt out of his garden. He used his own shit as compost.
Oh.
She died.
That's not good.
She was dead in like 2 days. 3 days, something like that. Long enough for the infection to spread. Don't eat shit, is what I'm saying, folks. Not good for you. There's a reason why our body expels it. It's called toxins. Oh, I'm a sucker. I got to put it up.
Oh, man.
Man, I tell you. Just wiped her right out of there, didn't it?
Oh, my God.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you're gonna be composting human manure, you want to make sure it's a hot compost too.
When certain things are done to kids, they do not develop normally. Trump's dad was an asshole, and he is stuck with a childlike mentality for it. I agree with that. He is a child. He is acts exactly like mommy's right around the corner, and he's going to call for her any second. Yes, I agree with that.
It's ridiculous.
He needs attention. He has to be number one. Everything has to be huge. He is the epitome of someone who is stuck at about 12, 13 years old, in my opinion. Now, kids for this time, he's 8.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have the internet. We were stupid when we were kids, and our schools didn't teach us shit. So, I mean, not all of us, just a good percentage. Thought you were going to bed, young man.
Oh, I can't go to sleep, unfortunately, and I gotta head out at 1.
Yes, thank you, Pika. Yes, it's a compulsive eating disorder in which people eat non-food items, dirt, clay, flaking paint. Yes. They will eat cotton because they like how it feels in their mouth. They eat their own hair. There was one lady who she went into the doctor and they had to extract a huge ball of hair. It was like this big from her colon or small intestine or something. It didn't go very far.
I think stomach.
Was it in her stomach still?
Yeah,
okay, maybe she didn't even pass it.
Yeah.
And she was addicted to chewing on her own hair. Well, that's what happened. So they had to cut her open because it was too big to extract laparoscopically. So they had to cut her wide open and pull it out of there because it was like this fucking big.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's people who do all kinds of weird shit. I never understood that. The only thing I want to eat that's not food.
Never seen a human yak up a hairball.
Oh no, they don't. It stays down in there. Good luck. There's only one thing I want to eat that's non-food, and I've never had a complaint.
Yep. Fair enough.
I knew. I was waiting. I was like 1, 2. There, you got it.
I thought you were gonna say the rich, but
I mean, if she's hot enough, she wants to pay all my bills, I'll fucking tear her. Well, she doesn't have to be hot enough. If she's rich enough, she's gonna pay all my bills. I'll fucking tear it up. I don't care. Give it to her once a week, whatever. I'm sick of busting my ass so somebody else can make a lot of money. I can't wait to start my tiny home community, guys. We're looking like a year and a half. Hopefully.
Nice.
If all goes well, they've been looking for property. We're having trouble finding what we want, so it's delayed a little bit, but it's mandatory for us to have so much room in order to be able to do stuff like Airbnb tiny home rentals and RV spots and stuff like that. And so
tiny home?
Depends. How tiny do you want it?
I don't necessarily want a tiny home. So
they're anywhere from 10 by 12 and 7 feet tall to 30 some odd feet long on a trailer. Has to be moved by a tractor trailer.
All of that.
But it's still a tiny home because it is still compact. The bedrooms are upstairs on either side. They're loft bedrooms. So you can't, most of them, except for the ones that are like a full 13.6 tall, those they have more space up top. You can't go over 13.6 because you can't drag them down the highway.
Yeah.
So it's a real pain in the ass, and you would have to have like a flagman and police to take you through every city. You don't want to do it. So I would suggest staying under 50 feet and under 13.6 tall. But no, there's so many things you can do, man. There's like people will have steps, and then on the side in the steps, there's drawers. It's wasted space. Why not use it?
Yeah, you're right.
There's stuff like that. I had planned originally on having a seating system, 2 seats that go up against my wall, and then I can flip them up, flip them down, and then pull them out, and then they swivel. That's what I want to put in eventually. I just don't have the money to build that yet. I'm going to have to build it myself. So it's going to be a lot of expensive steel.
Yeah.
I was nuts in the early 2000s when I wanted to start a business building teeny homes.
Yeah, no, it's not crazy. I fucking love my tiny house. The best thing about it, besides taking down the stuff and like setting on the floor in a box that might fall, I don't pack. And most of my stuff, wherever it's sitting right now, I could drive down the road with it. I have pretty much everything strapped in. So I don't pack boxes and rent a moving truck. I hook my truck up. I take everything down and put it inside stuff in cabinets or whatever, or in a box on the floor, and I leave. That's what I do.
There you go.
It's great. You can go buy a piece of property and take your house with you. You don't ever have to worry about, I just got this awesome job in Denver and now I got to move everything from New York. Nope, not in my world. Tiny home equals any home that falls under a maximum of 500 square feet. There you go. I currently, not including my bed, I have 78 square feet of living space.
That's
actual floor space.
Yeah. Huh? I think my place is 600 square feet. But you couldn't put it on a truck.
Shit. You got the money. I'll do it.
Well,
is that a house or an apartment?
It's a casita.
Oh, we have casitas out here. I love casitas.
Yeah. So
also known as a mother-in-law suite for anybody that doesn't understand what a casita is. But go ahead.
Which is exactly who the previous tenant was the mother-in-law. She actually just passed away. Sadly, yeah, like last month. But it's a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom, and it's freestanding, and it was built like 5 years ago in a place where that costs all of those things together cost a lot of money. So, yeah, but
a $500,000 shack by the railroad track in the hood. I used to live in South Florida. That's what I called South Florida. The land of the $500,000 shack by the railroad track in the hood.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I bugged you.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't afford a place where I currently live. But
I tighten
at some point.
Yeah, so I'm going to put up there's going to be 4 full-time rentals. Well, 3 or 4. We haven't really decided. Depends how much land we get. And then 2 to 4 Airbnb type, short-term rentals. And then we're going to have like somewhere between 4 to 6 RV spots. So once I get all that going and people start renting off of us, I don't have to leave my house to work anymore. I can walk right out in my yard and do everything I need to do. I'm putting in solar panels. I'm putting in a garden that is the shower drains off into the garden to water it.
That works.
So I'm going to have all non-toxic stuff in the shower house.
Yeah, but what if the people are toxic though?
Yeah, the ground will take care of that. It'll just suck into the ground, just like all the rest of them when they die. No. Are you building a community building? Yes, actually, Carrie, the plan is to get a property with a small house on it. We're either going to rent the house out, sell it, or the main plan, hopefully, if it's a small enough house that we can keep it, we are going to use it for like food storage. It'll have like freezers in there, a huge fucking pantry. We're going to stock up on beans, like everything, rice, flour, blah, 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 blah. We're going to buy everything in bulk and get together and do it because there's going to be 4 of us. And then, hopefully we're going to have a couple other people coming over to live with us as well. So that'll be fun. But yeah, once we get the business going, I can work for myself. And because I am the master of the plan, I thankfully, knock on wood, I do not have to put any money into it to start. They are funding the property and everything, and I'm going to buy a backhoe for myself.
Who is they?
Really good friends of mine. Well, one of them's Mama Deb. So anybody that knows Mama Deb on YouTube, it's her and her husband and her father-in-law. And they are all about like we want to take a small container and put it in the ground to store some stuff. Extra food, ammunition. Never know.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I got you.
No, we're literally we're just going to prepare for whatever, because let's be honest, people.
No, it's
our
not,
fucking climate is deteriorating. Shit's going to get bad. And the place where they live also is so water laden. Like if you find the right place, you can just step on the ground hard 2 days after a rain and there's still water coming up out of it. So there's so much water there, so much fresh water. And that's why I want
perpetual malcontents how it's done.
I can get you a D8 generator, will power about 5 full-side homes, runs on diesel and mount in a semi-trailer. Let me know. No, Ox. Nope. I'm doing solar. I'm putting up big solar panels. The parking area, where everybody's going to park, the shelter for the parking area is literally going to be solar panels. I stole that off the city of Santa Fe. They wanted to power a building. They had nowhere to put the solar panels. They put them up in the air and created carports across their entire parking lot with solar panels. It was brilliant.
Yeah, solid plan.
Good idea.
Brilliant. Yep. So that's what I'm going to do. Great space to use. You're not using it, and it protects your vehicles. If it hails or something, it's not gonna break that glass on those solar panels when it hails, unless you get like golf ball size, you know. So and it'll keep the snow off.
Solar panels are fucked anyway if it hails, so why not?
Well, only if the hail's so big. So yeah, I know, Ox. I know. There's actually a place in Arizona called Santan Solar. They do all refurb. Well, they don't do all. They also sell brand new ones, but they do refurb solar panels. They guarantee them for like 2 years or something like that. Ridiculous. Like you can't say no to it. And if you buy a whole pallet of them, you can get it so dirt cheap from them. So if I have to drive down to Arizona or have it shipped up there, I'll just drive down and get it. Honestly, it's only Oregon to Arizona. I'll just drive down there and get the damn things, and I can save a shit ton of money because there are so many solar panels in Arizona. If you want solar panels, that's the place to buy them. There's so many people selling them. It's cheaper. Literally. You know, it's like going to New York City or something and looking for some item that you can only find that is dirt cheap in New York City because they make it there. You know what I mean? Like it's just one of those things.
I love how you did the metaphor just like halfway. You were like,
Yeah, I decided not to commit to it. I just didn't want to go that far. I backed off. I gave up.
But the thing is, halfway metaphors are also like the most explicit ones. So it's just like let me just tell you because I don't trust you as my audience, which fair enough. I am a weasel.
I mean, you are a weasel. So. You are the weasel, by the way. There is no other weasel in this community that I know of. Does anybody else know of a weasel in the community? Because I'm pretty sure you are the weasel.
It's true. I have not met another weasel.
I have
or community of weasels.
No community, not even a den, not a nest. Nope, nothing.
Yeah, I feel like I have kind of the monopoly on weasel themed branding. So
Renergy is a good brand. Yes, they are. 550 panel. I have two. Good. That's enough to run the refrigerator and keep your food cold. That's all you need. Everything else you can live without. And some fans.
Renergy, is that short for like Renaissance Orgy?
No, it's supposed to be RENE. Like energy, Renergy, recyclable renewable energy. Yeah,
or
that's what it's supposed
energy.
To be.
But it's not an E though.
Ox has fat fingers, so you never know what letter you're going to get sometimes.
I think he knows exactly what he's doing.
He wants a Renaissance orgy with 550 people. I mean panels.
Flipping that in, and
that's what Renaissance days are for.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. I have a vegan recipe. I'm gonna try and do something new. What else was I gonna say? He lives in high desert, so there's that. Who lives in high desert? Oh, me? Yes, I live in the high desert. So I am surrounded by there's solar panels everywhere around here. Are you kidding? You get down to anybody that hasn't driven through Arizona on the east-west interstate. Think 10 has more, but 20 has plenty. All these Republicans that are screaming big oil, petroleum, that's what we want to use. Fucking Texas and Arizona are full of windmills. Full of them. They are everywhere because they are so windy. They make so much energy off that wind. And those damn people that live there are sitting there going, no, coal. Fucking liar. Your goddamn house is fucking probably powered off of solar or
they
wind.
Get paid about $50,000.
They do on every issue.
Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Say that again, Commander. Say yours.
They get paid about $50,000 per windmill on their property because my former boss at a defense contractor told me what the people around his house were making just have them planted. Awesome deal if I could get that kind of money.
Yeah, you could give that to me. I'd take it. What were you saying, Ember?
Oh, that it's the same nonsense that they pull with everything else. Like they want to ban abortion, but then they get their mistresses' abortions from private docs and shit.
Right.
I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. pragmatics in chat grilling up weasels. It's freaking me out.
That's a little scary. A little.
It's okay.
Scary.
I'm pretty sure that Crystal's about 4 or 5 states away from you, so I think you're safe.
Well, you know,
I'm pretty sure she likes you too.
Well, I mean, clearly she likes the taste of fried kebabbed weasel. So, you know,
weasel kebab.
Ox does
So,
things
Ember-
in the
Delicious,
English
not gonna lie.
language. I suggest you avert your eyes.
So, Ember, if you want to go after Richard Dickie D, yeah, let's do it. Why not? I've already done it once. Got practice.
Fun.
Hell yeah, you got a head start.
Yeah.
Well, Steph,
Anywho,
I see.
I am going to dip out here. It's
Yeah.
quarter of 11, and you know, I kind of want to just
Yeah.
chill out.
Got stuff to
But
do
thanks
tomorrow.
a bunch. Thanks a bunch for having me on. Appreciate it.
No, thanks for coming. It was a great conversation. I appreciate you and your knowledge.
Yo. Bye.
Bye, sweetheart.
Leaders.
All right. We got to rid of all that estrogen in here. Let's go, guys. No, I'm just kidding.
There's a weasel
Hey,
stalking day video.
Oh,
I
my
didn't know
God.
about this. I had never heard of this
Crush the
before. Even
red
though
menace.
I'm broken inside.
They want to ban abortion, but then they don't want to help the poor raise the babies they want women to be forced to have. Yes, Tubian, and I also find it interesting that statistically, and we all know this, and anybody that doesn't, you should. So listen, statistically, Black women are way more likely to die in childbirth.
Yes.
Isn't that interesting? It's almost like they're trying to kill off Black women, huh?
I just saw a statistic on that when I was doing the vaccine history video with Maya. 84% of people who die in childbirth in the United States are African American women.
Yes,
84%. Holy shit socks.
Yes.
Yes. And at a Trump rally, there was this crazy woman who was saying, and he's saving the white babies. So it's eugenics. It's simply eugenics.
I know it
they
is.
had 1.2 kids. Everyone else had replacement value. And now, surprise, and they want a do-over.
Yes, ma'am. 84%. I just wasn't sure about the numbers, so that's why I didn't want to say anything. I knew it was extremely high, though.
Well, yeah, I knew it was high, but when we did that video, I was shook right on the live stream. I'm like, what the absolute fuck?
Dude, they just don't care. They want more money. They want more white privilege. Like, literally, I just saw a video like yesterday where a woman was yelling at these Black guys for where they parked outside the school. And he was like, dude, he's just picking up his daughter. She's like 6. She'll be out here any second. Like, we're going to move. Isn't that okay? And the white lady was like, no, it's not. And he goes, well, you're parked in front of a damn fire hydrant. And she was. She was parked smack down in front of a fucking fire hydrant. He goes, what about you? And she goes, it's okay. I'm white. We're better than you. And I went,
wait, did she? Wait.
God.
Like, actually, she just said,
do that. We're white.
Did she actually say that?
She literally said that.
What?
I know. I was speechless too. And they were laughing at her. They were like, "Bitch, you are dumb."
Yeah, that's insane. That's
and
like
she was talking like a stupid redneck, like this. Like she had no common sense. And she said she was better than those 2 Black guys, who, by the way, were speaking with really good proper English. Just saying. Yeah. I don't want to get too deep into the whole racist thing because I don't have anybody Black up here. I don't have anybody Black up here, and I do not do that because I don't like when people do it to me. So we're not going to get too deep into that.
The fruit doesn't fall far from the first cousin, let me tell you.
Whew, man, I tell you what.
I was just looking at that whole. I was just looking at the whole birth, death, and all that. There was 1,205 women died of maternity causes in the United States. So if that was 84% of them would be 1,012.
I will say this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this for Maya. Does anybody know the main reason why so many black women die during childbirth? I'm pretty sure. I think I'm 99.999% sure on this, so I'm going to say it. There is an old trope that white people started a long time ago that black people were animals. They don't feel pain like that. We want to experiment on them. That shit is still in people's brains. To this day, there are still people in the medical field that think that black people don't need as much painkillers. Or if they say, ow, that hurts, they're like, you're fine. That's the kind of shit that kills black women.
Yeah, Maya said the same thing. I mean, it's also partly that doctors doctors are bad at listening to their patients anyway. But when you're a woman, they try losing weight and yada yada. But there's Maya in the chat. Yeah, that's exactly what Maya said. Is that there's still people that think that black people.
I'm glad I got it right, Maya. Thank you. I wanted to represent you well. No, and it happens. Do you know who is the least likely out of every demographic? Who's the least likely to get pain medicine? People like Maya. You know who's the most likely they will give it to quicker and give them way more of it?
Is it me?
Yes, Mr. Weasel. It is.
It's us.
It's white men.
White men. Fantastic.
Yep. That's why there's so many of you addicted to cocaine and shit.
See,
because they give you pain pills so quickly.
I just spec'd in. I chose my class and everything right in the menu before you're born. Guys.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Self-evident that all I'm gonna say people are created equal, and some people who wave around the Constitution and wave around the founding fathers haven't figured that fucking thing out yet.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, it's just like the Bible. They don't read the damn thing.
Well, don't tell me. I always tell them now, I'm like, you don't know shit about your Bible compared to 95% of the atheists in this fucking community. You have no idea compared to them. And they're like, that's not true. We read our Bible. I'm like, no, you read little snippets that they talk about at church, and they talk about the same 10 things over and over. Well, maybe it's 30, but it's not very many. Over and over again. They just say it differently, and so you don't understand how bigoted they are. You know, no. You're not reading your entire Bible. If you did, you would. I'm like, do you know how many people are in the atheist community that went through seminary? Check that statistic out. How many people went through seminary that are now atheists? Give me that number. Huge.
Yeah, when I was in seminary, they tell you only really need 52 sermons. Just run them once a year.
See, I told you. I know. They repeated it all the time at my church I was growing up at. I was like, God, we just heard this 6 months ago. The fuck are we hearing this again for? And then by the time I was like 8, I was not even 8. By the time I was like 5, 6 years old in church, I was bored out of my mind, falling asleep because they just kept talking about the same shit.
There's an interesting little bit of history regarding statistics and atheists and literacy. Back in 2006, that was the first time there was a real study done, and it was done by Back to the Bible. It was run by Woodrow Kroll at the time. And they did the scientific study, and he found out that the list of Bible literacy were atheists, agnostics, Jews, Catholics, and at the bottom were white evangelical Protestants who went to church twice a week. And this was an evangelical ministry that found out, the people that supposedly pride themselves on being the very best at Bible literacy are the worst. When I was at Huntington Ingalls, I was being subjected to anti-Semitism, so I read them Romans 9. I, the Apostle Paul, a Hebrew of Hebrews of the tribe of Benjamin, have unceasing anguish for the sake of my kinsmen according to the flesh, for they are Israelites. And basically, I rubbed it in their face that JC was a Jew and not a Western European, and they threw wrenches at me. They had never heard that before. I'm sorry if I rambled on too much.
Like what? See, here's the thing. Did they even read where he was from? Everybody there has really good tans and dark hair. There's no way he's a white guy. If any of it is true, it is impossible that he's a white. Unless unless somebody stole him and brought him over there. That's the only way it could have happened.
Oh,
He was not born
how
of
Mary
those
surprise
people.
got pregnant.
Yeah, and he wasn't born of those people and a white guy. No, he just wasn't. It's impossible.
Yeah, but I absolutely believe that study, statistic, whatever the hell it was, because remember, it was a Catholic priest who did the math to come up with the Big Bang Theory, and it's the evangelicals that bring us youngest creationism and flat Earth.
George Lemaitre.
Yep.
He was like Mr. Pope, because the Christians used to be like for a universe that had a beginning. And now the Christians are like steady state, steady state. It's an exact reversal.
Yep. It's trippy as hell. And you know, the apologists finally caught on after the Wilkinson microwave anisotropy probe. And they were like, oh, okay, the Big Bang's real. Well, no problem. We'll just pivot and say, oh, well, Genesis. It proves Genesis. That's all that means. And then the very day James Webb found galaxies further back than we thought they should be, I caught 3 freaking apologists switch around and be like, yep, Big Bang's wrong. The universe is eternal. Checkmate, atheists.
I remember those.
Really? Man. Yeah, you know, I just can't seem to find that one Christian, Ember. Can't find that one Christian that will just be fucking honest. That actually has answers when you ask them things that aren't just, well, the Bible says. That's not what I asked you. I asked you how you feel about it and what do you think about it. Well, the Bible, that's not what I asked you. God damn it. Answer my question. They love to dodge questions. It drives me nuts. And that's really, I think that's why it's so difficult to deal with them. You know, like that guy on Slim Cyborgs the other night. I was like, dude, you know, or maybe it was somebody else. God, I don't know. I've been on a lot of channels.
Oh yeah, it was on Slim Cyborg. I remember.
I said, I'm trying to be an honest interlocutor here. You are not. So yeah, I'm fed up with you now. I tried several times. Now I'm fucking done with you. Fuck off. I'm only going to put up with it for so long.
I wound up trolling him, putting him in the position of the Pharisee and more or less hinting that no, when Trump, the Antichrist, leads the armies of darkness against the Lord at the hill of Megiddo, it'll be all of us who get saved, and you're going to follow Karen. That's what I was trying to do to him.
Okay.
Because they're, you know, people want to be douchebags with religion. And from what I could tell from the New Testament and Jesus actually wasn't a huge douchebag. It was Paul, and it was a lot of the people who came before and after him. But JC was like, okay, Mary, you did something bad, well, go ahead and sin no more. There's forgiveness. And all the people who the religious people really weren't fond of actually flocked to the one offering forgiveness and love rather than hatred and vitriol.
Right. Okay.
And I'm a Jew. I just had to, you know, point out that the Christians aren't following the JC very well.
Yeah, Ember, if you ever want someone who knows their shit about that topic, get Commander 401 on. They literally cite verse and stuff out of, brilliant with that shit.
They could be fun, especially if that Emmanuel critter ever wanders back to my channel.
Right. Just make sure you give them plenty of talking room, because 401 will talk. But when they get to the end, it all makes sense. It's just a lot of explaining, because he's not like just skimming over the top of it. He's making sure you understand. You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole different. Yeah. So he just needs more time. Yeah.
I mean, last time I was on Ember's channel, we went for 4 hours. So yeah.
This is funny. James Webb is fucking amazing. I love those pictures. Oh my god, dude! I just want to I want to make it like huge and just step into it. You know? That's what I wanna do.
Oh yeah, yeah. The infrared, because it just punches right through the dust. It's just it makes me drool. I was that space nerd who had that book of Hubble pictures that's like taller than your table and wider than your shoulders. I was like, I don't need a giant Bible. I need a giant space book.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I want to see the pictures better. Damn it.
That's right.
Do you know, Amber? Well, not my. So Richard Madsen on YouTube, he is a theist who is against organized religion, and he is taking the King James Bible, translating it back to Hebrew, and then back in, or not Hebrew, ancient Greek, or whatever the hell, Hebrew, whatever it is for whatever he's writing or dealing with at that time. I'm not well versed, so don't ask me. And he's rewriting the entire Bible on big pieces of paper. Yep.
Could be fun.
Because he says, it's funny, he sounds nuts, but it makes way more sense than anything I've ever heard come out of a Christian's mouth. Because he actually incorporates science into the Bible. How's that?
Oh, that's heresy. That's how you get burned.
Oh, they hate him. They call him a heretic. They literally call him a heretic. But he fucking knows what the hell he's talking about, and he is dead set on what he says. He's interesting to talk to. And if you ever want to go check him out and just check out one of his videos, he's done like
I haven't been around there in a
Genesis,
long time.
and then he did they did like 3 different sets on MathPig's channel, but it's all mirrored on his too. So whoever you want to find it at. But MathPig, him and MathPig did streams for like 4 freaking years together. So there's a lot of Richardisms in that. That's what I call it.
Very cool. That's dedication.
At the very least, it's extremely interesting. It is very interesting what he says, because it's not, you literally, in order to talk to him, Ember, you literally have to take all the shit you know about the Christian Bible and put it aside.
Yeah.
Because if you get your head stuck into Christian tropes, then you'll never understand a word he's saying. But if you can get by that, cut that off and just listen to what he says and concentrate on just what he says and not any of the tropes and push it away from your brain. Because it took me like a year and a half to do it with him, like to fully do it where I wasn't thinking of the Christian tropes anymore. And I know what he says on a lot of topics because we've talked about it for off and on for 11 years now. So I know a lot of what he says, but it's very interesting. Like, he doesn't think heaven's up in the clouds. He thinks heaven's a spaceship. And I'm like, well, that would make more sense, wouldn't it? Than what? Some puffy cloud coming to pick everybody up? And you get beamed up or something? No.
There's a puffy cloud coming to pick everybody up.
Yeah, but you know what? If you say spaceship, they go, wah! Well, how else are you going to do it, asshole? You're going to go from space into our atmosphere, land, pick up people, and leave. How else are you going to do it except for in a spaceship?
Teleportation.
Well, the
portal.
The book of,
and where is heaven?
Mexico.
That's the other thing. They don't have an answer for that.
Heaven just means Shemayim, which means the expanse above.
Exactly. That's my point. There is no like heaven to them. They say there is, but there isn't. Show it to me. There is no heaven up there. There's no little white castle or anything, you know? No dude
all that little
white beard.
All the little white castles and cherubs and all that crap, that actually comes more from classical Greek and Roman mythology than it does anything related to Jewish ideas of the first century.
Yeah, that's what Christianity was best at, is copying and pasting stuff from other cultures.
The only thing that they can't copy and paste is any worthwhile Jewish traditions. When I gave Christianity a chance, I was literally taking the words of Jesus and testing the words that came out of the preacher's mouth. And when the preacher wasn't marching according to what JC said, I would just have questions, and that was called liberal legalism. You see, it's a legalism which causes you to not ignore things the Republicans don't want you to pay attention to. And basically what Denise Glasser said to me in 2005, she said, why are you going to think about throwing your life away in Christianity? You got a perfectly good Jewish heritage and care about what your grandparents raised you. And she's not my grandparent, but I argued with her. But later on, I found out, it's a political party. And what's kind of like sad is that, they actually enjoy calling people godless and being abusive with the religion. They don't actually want it to spread. They don't want people to love their neighbors as themselves. They want conflict and agita and stupidity, and they will go out of their way to make it happen.
Yep.
Agreed.
Hey,
Ember, so I want to real quick.
I told my buddy that I was gonna play some Diablo with them, so I'm gonna head out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, peace, buddy. Have fun.
Yeah,
appreciate you
great
stopping
hanging
by.
out. Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
always.
See you guys later.
All right. Later's
Later,
Dr. T.
Later.
So Ember, this what Ox said down here is a good summary. Richard breaks it down word by word. He gives the proper definition of the word as they were written, not how it's translated. I'll give you an example. The easiest example I know. Waters is not clear liquid when translated back. Waters is people.
What?
So when Jesus walked on the waters,
figurative.
Please do not interrupt me. I despise that. So when it says where it says Jesus walked on the waters, it means that he was walking amongst the people. He wasn't literally walking on water.
How did they fuck that up?
I do not. Ask King James. Ask any of them. Ask any of them. But Richard translated it back. Waters is people.
I sometimes question his translations.
Give me one time that we use a pluralized water in the English language. When do we use a pluralized water? We just say water.
When I order at a restaurant, we need 3 waters and a Pepsi.
But it's a glass of water.
Yes.
But you see what I'm saying? It's a glass of water. It's not a glass of water.
I have heard it used in reference to like where multiple bodies of water come together, like the Hudson estuary meets the Atlantic or something like that.
Yes. But when you're speaking of one body of water, it's a body of water, which is where Jesus would have been out there, like on that ocean or whatever. He wasn't on multiple oceans at once. He was right off of shore. So it can't be waters. It has to be people. So Richard thinks that's at the point when Jesus realizes he's Jesus and steps forward to do his job. And because by the way, with Richard, the entire Bible is prophetic. None of it's happened yet. It's a guide for Jesus, and it's written intentionally in metaphors because we aren't supposed to be the ones using it. That's what he believes.
Can I give an example of where he gets the idea that water is people? I think it's in Daniel chapter 7 when the 4 winds of heaven are stirring up the seas, and that's the Sea of Nations. I think that's in chapter 7. So it's talking about the nations as if they're waters.
He never referenced anything in the Bible to the Bible. Everything he referenced went back to like Greek lexicon, Hebrew, old shit.
Well,
he has never used the Bible for a reference for himself. He would never do that. To him, that would be dishonest.
Well, I mean,
he's a dick, but
you can look at the text and you can tell it's talking. You can tell in the context it's talking about the nations as if they're a body of water. They're,
I'm having trouble finding a. I'm having trouble finding a translation where it says waters.
Jesus walked on the waters.
Yeah,
I believe is what he told me. Wherever that is.
Yeah, I'm looking at the verses. Walking on the sea, walking on the water, and NIV is walking on the water. KJV
wait a
is
minute,
walking on the sea.
Which translation are you using?
I'm looking at several. I look at King James version says sea. The new, which one was it?
He also has the 1537 Matthews, which is like the oldest one that is purest. So he might be using that. I don't know.
Okay.
The 1537 Matthews, I bought one just because I was curious, and I accidentally bought the one written in Old English. It's really hard to read. It's very slow.
Oh, that's another thing
It's
about
just in Shakespearean.
What's that, Ember?
It's just in Shakespearean.
1599.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like. I was like, what the fuck is that letter? Oh, it's an F.
Walking on
it's
the
like
sea.
A huge S.
Oh, yeah, that fucking double S looking nonsense. Yeah.
So they have little things in there. A lot of it is like thou or whatever. It's fine, but then they get into that shit and you're like, the fuck's that word? Oh yeah, that's right. That's an F, not an S. Let me read that word again. Like it screws with your head because you're just so used to, English is so easy for us. Well, it's not regular English. And it is definitely I would literally, if somebody wanted it, I will ship it to you for free. Let me know. I'm going to be working at a place that ships stuff. Probably get a discount. I don't use
like
it sitting in the back of my house. Do you want it?
Sure.
I'm serious. Okay.
I despise Elizabethan English.
DM me your address. I'll send it to you.
Cool.
Which version of the Bible are you talking? Was that again? The what?
1537 Matthews. I actually used to have it up here. Do I still have it? No, I must got rid of it. I used to have it on my taskbar or on my shit. I had it bookmarked. Yeah, his beliefs are definitely different. Definitely different.
If you go from Hebrew to English, it's never exact because there are a lot of words in Hebrew that there's no equivalent single English word.
Yeah, no, he tells me that. He told me that. Yeah, that's like the begats, all the begat, so-and-so begat so-and-so. All those names, if you trace them back, they all mean like son and daughter. Like it's like son who builds a strong house and daughter who
or like
has children or something weird like that. I don't remember exactly.
Or like tzedakah, right? Tzedakah means righteousness, but it also means compulsory charity. That means charity that you have to do because it's a moral obligation, not because you feel like it. And when Jesus or the Apostle Paul was going, he who knows to do good and does it not, to him it is sin. And then you take the Septuagint, which is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, and then you take the New Testament. You find the equivalent word in the Septuagint, then go right down to the Hebrew, and you find out that it's not like Tov. It has the root related to Zedek, which is it's either Zedek or Tzedakah. So that means the doing of good is compulsory. It's a commandment, not a feeling. And of course, the Western European ruling elites didn't like the idea of being required to do what was good because it's a moral obligation rather than whether or not you feel like it.
Okay, I found the 1537 text.
Matthews. Okay.
Yeah, Matthew.
It's written different.
Jesus is actually spelled with an I. Came Ventu VNT them walking on the sea.
I don't know. Some about waters. I thought maybe it was the Jesus walking on the waters. That's the only one I could remember.
Maybe waters.
I don't know. Just look up waters in the Bible. Just look up where waters is in the Bible. That'd probably be easier.
We might be talking about waters of the deep with Noah's story. I don't know. It's the only time I can think of off the top of my head.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that's what it was. That's exactly what it was. Thank you very much, Mage. It's a flood of people going to heaven. It's not a flood of water that's killing people. And the people that die are the ones that do not want to go. That's what he says. But anyways, but waters, yes, that's where it is. Thank you, Mage. I was totally wrong. I must be thinking of him talking about something else. I don't know. We talked about a lot of shit.
On any of the Discords, Beck?
Yes. I think it's.
I think you're still in the Shills Discord.
I am.
I know that you don't really pay attention to it, but you are.
Yeah, I'm horrible at Discord, just so you guys know.
And when you're doing the things about democracy and politics, and if you're doing anything about propaganda, a lot of the War Department films from World War II were dealing with the Soviet bullshit. It's almost a one-to-one with the dishonest and deceptive practices we're dealing with today. I've been going through that stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'm saving this link I found under the Matthew's 1537 Bible. Seems pretty interesting how it's written.
Yeah, no, actually, it is interesting, and there are a lot of differences between that and what KJV did to it. The story behind the Matthew's Bible is a guy was writing it with the last name of Matthews, and he got kidnapped and killed.
Rude.
By, gosh, I don't know who, maybe like some Christians. Anyways, so because it's supposed to be bullshit free. And so he got killed, and two of his buddies picked up where he left off and and wrote out the rest of his research. He had it all researched. He was just literally writing the book. He had everything there, and they finished it, and they named it the 1537 Matthews. That's the story behind it. So it is the oldest, least tampered with, readily available Bible to us.
In English, I
gather.
gather.
Says in English.
Definitely not an English that we still use.
Well, no, they have an all English version, a modern English version. You just have to search for that.
That's not what I'm looking at.
Yeah, no, they're. I'm telling you, that's the one I ordered by accident on Amazon. I have it right in the back of my house, sitting in a tote, all nice and snug. So yeah,
damn stupid fake Twitter. I'm trying to find a way to DM you. I can't do it on Twitter. It says this user cannot be messaged by you.
Oh, I might have everybody blocked because I was getting some nasty shit from people. Look in the private chat. That's my Discord. So you can copy and paste and search that in Discord. I didn't know you didn't see it. I assumed.
Oh,
so
yeah, I'm on my phone. It's all good.
I don't know. What is your name on Twitter? I see my Twitter shit all the time. It's better for me anyways.
Oh, I'm better than Ember pretty much everywhere.
Okay. Any spaces?
I don't believe. Nope.
Okay, thank you. Oh, nope. That's supposed to be an E. That's not how you spell Ember. You do follow me. I follow you now. Now you can message me. Here, I'll be nice.
All right, take two.
I'll send you a message so I'm right there. That'll help. That's like people will ask, oh, Bear, are you still there? You want to come in? I'm sorry. I just saw your message from 6:45, almost 3 hours ago. Bear, do you want to come in still? I'll drop a link in the chat.
I'm gonna put
He'll be back.
One thing I need to do is start reading more. I can't rely on my mighty brain and more than a decade of not slacking off.
I'm putting
Dr. Cross, how the hell have you been? I hope you're doing well.
I'm gonna put the site.
Salutations.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the site I found in the side chat because this is actually kind of interesting. There's a bunch of old Bibles online here. They have like the 1175 Wessex Gospels here. And
Yeah, but no. We're talking about the one that's supposed to be the least tainted that Richard could find. Like he did a lot of research to find that 1537 Matthews.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
saying
the least tainted, least
yeah,
bastardized Bible.
Yeah, I'm saying this thing doesn't just have the 1537. It has a bunch of others that are really old.
Oh, in that one thing you're looking at, the one book?
Yeah, no, this one's website is put in the chat there.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right.
It has a 1534 Tyndale Bible here too. That's
Any time you want, Bear. You're always welcome on. You're great and you're brilliant, and I love it when you get on a rant and tell people what the we'll just say the bear comes out. We'll just leave it at that.
Rants are cool.
She rants pretty good. She's a smart lady. Grading papers, good deal. Honestly, we don't really have a topic. We ended up over here on religion because I don't know, probably because there's a bunch of atheists in here.
That never happens.
Maybe a couple pagans, one that's not any of those. But anyways, yeah, so we don't really have a topic. We just started talking and I invited people on. I'm just coming back to streaming again, and I thought I'd make it an open room and get everybody to kind of know each other, and maybe some people meet some new people they haven't met before and stuff, which I think has already happened. So that's great. Yeah, just connecting with people, because I'm going to go back to my Monday night streaming and doing some political / social / those kind of issues. Maybe call out some Karens and have some fun sometimes.
Fun thing about the word Karen, right? Kuf Resh Nun, that's an actual biblical villain.
Glad to hear it, Carrie. You're great. I'm glad you met everybody here. They're great people.
For those who might not be familiar, Kuf Resh Nun, that's the word we derive carotene from, the substance horns are made out of, the little horn. In the Jewish tradition, the little horn in the book of Daniel is General Antiochus Epiphanes, the villain of the Hanukkah story. And in the Christian tradition, that's Karen is a precursor to the Antichrist. One of the only things that I know that the Bible actually got right. Karen is a villain.
Yes.
Dun, dun,
yes.
dun.
And you know what else? My brother told me, he said, I think it was in Hebrew or something like that. Greek, maybe, I don't know. But Deborah is a very busy person.
Bumblebee.
And I was like, oh, like busy, like good. And he's like, no, like busy, like bad.
No, well, Devorah, it means hornet. It means bee. It means. In fact,
so that's where he got it.
When I met Debbie Wasserman Schultz, I saw that she was wearing a little bee pin on her lapel, and I knew where that was from. Devorah.
Oh man, I lost that burp. That would have been a good one. Damn it.
I'm sorry. I know that was boring.
Yes, you are right, Crook. If that's the Brentley I'm thinking of. Great person. Absolutely. Just so you guys know, this is my friend Junie. Junie is an absolute sweetheart. I don't know where you hanging out at now, Junie. You have to tell me. I don't even know where you've been. Have you been hanging out anywhere? Have I been missing something? I don't know. I pissed off a lot of people the end of last year when I was fucked up on that medication that made me crazy. So I don't know where anybody is right now. And there's a lot of people who quit talking to me. So only like 50-ish. But anyways, it's realistically more like 15 or 20. But no, Junie is great. Junie, Carrie, and Claire, and whoever you don't know in here, pretty much, all good people. I would recommend anybody in this chat. So there you go. More new friends.
Can I tell a story about how when I started on Vivant, I was 50 pounds heavier?
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I lost about 50 pounds. And I was still on the dose for 50 pounds heavier, and I went absolutely mad.
Really?
I was seeing patterns in everything everywhere. That really fucked me up. because I was basically on an overdose of what was basically speed.
Dude, that would have been so much cooler than what happened to me. That wasn't the kind of crazy. I wasn't getting great hallucinations. I was thinking about running into trees with driving my truck at 80 miles an hour on 25 mile per hour streets. I had suicidal ideation almost every single day for like hours, and like it was just like I almost call. Mind you, I'm claustrophobic, you guys, and I hate being trapped anywhere. If you trap me, I freak out, right? I was going to call my therapist like 5 or 6 times and say, dude, lock me up. I want to be locked up. I want to be in a little cell, tie my arms up. I don't care. I don't want to be in this world right now. Like, that's how bad I was.
That almost sounds like my normal.
Oh, I've been there.
Oh, no, dude. No, this was 10 times worse than any kind of anger and anxiety I've ever felt in my life, even right after my mom died. It was nothing compared to that. Like, this was some severe... I was fucking crazy. I went to go beat up my ex-girlfriend and Heather. I was going to go beat the shit out of her.
Thing?
And halfway at the end of the road, a little less than halfway from her house, I pulled over to the side and just came to like a sliding stop, put it in park and started crying. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? So it was a battle in my brain between my common sense and intelligence and the crazy over here or whatever side it's on. I don't fucking care. There was like this constant battle back and forth, and it made me more crazy because I kept wanting to do bad things, and my brain was going, what the fuck are you doing? But then eventually the common sense side just left, and it was all the crazy, and there was no more battle, and I was just gone, dude. I was gone. It was about 2.5, 3 months into it. I was just gone.
Yeah, that's not good.
I was gone for 5.5 months after the 5.5 months. It was insane. And I am saying this everywhere, and I'm not trying to talk about myself, but I'm going to tell you, if you take something that is not supposed to make you feel worse, and it does, go to your doctor immediately with that fucking bottle in your hand and tell them what's going on. Make an emergency appointment. I don't care. Go to the fucking urgent care. You need to get off that shit. Because I'm telling you, I was good for like 2 weeks, and then it switched so fast. I had no idea what was going on. I got fired from my job because of it. 5 days after Heather said, oh, I found this guy. I'm dating him now. Right? So I lost my shit. I lost my shit because I felt like I'd been betrayed all around. I was becoming friends with the owner where I worked. We had a discussion once, and I said, so are you firing me? And she goes, no, I think you have you're going to be really great for my company, and I'd like to keep you. I'm just want to talk to you so we can work it all out. And I was like, excellent. I will take a deep breath and not be upset then. So I took a deep breath, and I lit a cigarette, and I was like, all right, Miss Sharon, carry on. And I thought we had, like, she hugged me at the end of it, right? I mouthed off to a security guard who was being an asshole to me. Like, not too much of an asshole. He didn't really deserve it that much. But he definitely deserves some snide looks. But I took it a step farther and got shitty with him. Not like I didn't call him a name or anything. I was just like, dude, you just told me to drive over here. Then you meet me there. Then you tell me to drive over here. I parked my truck and now you're telling me I have to move again. He's like, yes. Like, why didn't you just tell me to go up there in the first place? That's where I started. Just pointed in the other direction. He's like, right. And I'm like, why didn't you just tell me that? I got fired. Because that security guard works for a very, very rich corporation who buys art and has it installed by Sharon. And she said, you fucked with one of my best clients. You're out of here. She fired me. Good news was it was not a lawful firing because of that. I wasn't insubordinate to anybody that was of importance. I apologized to the security guard. Walked straight up to his best buddy and said, hey, where's he at? And he said, oh, he went into piss. I said, well, I have to leave, but please tell him this for me. Tell him I'm sorry. I was being an absolute dick. I had no right to talk to him like that. And I truly apologize. My co-driver is driving me up the wall and I'm starting to take it out on other people. So I just want to own up to it. And if you could please tell him that for me. He said, I'll tell him as soon as he gets back. I said, for sure. Like, I'm serious. He said, I'll be sure to tell him. And I said, thanks, man. Fist bumped him, left. Got back 2 days later. I didn't have a job. Even apologized, man. So I felt very betrayed by both of them. So that was all I needed to set off that Wellbutrin, and I lost it. Yeah.
I
Damn
know
it, JR.
probably not to even. I had a mental health professional who suggested that. I'm not even going to try it now.
What? Now, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I know a lot of people on Wellbutrin that do great on it. The problem is I'm already on an SSRI. And between that SSRI and my being willful, I have pretty much beat my anxiety. I thought it was just for depression. I didn't know anxiety had anything to do with it. When my ex, who prescribed it to me because she was being helpful because I didn't have fucking health insurance, and I called her begging her to help me because I didn't know what was going on with me. Really, it was just the people around me were disrespecting me so much. I was ready to lose my mind. It had nothing to do with me. It was just they were being dicks, and I couldn't take it. But anyway, so I asked her to give me something to help me during the day while I'm at work. These people are driving me crazy. She said, here. I said, what does it do? She said, it makes your day better. I said, okay, and I took it. And I would say do not take it while you're on another medication. I would say be careful with that part. Because you have to have severe anxiety and severe depression for Wellbutrin to not fuck you up. And if you do not truly have those two things, you'll find out really quick. Because my anxiety went pew. And it made me more depressed because it threw my anxiety through the roof.
Well, then it's my anxiety and my depression. To give you an idea, I would have unalived myself at the start of 2002 if I had not been part of the shows.
Wow.
And
damn.
Because no friends, no purpose, and just watching the world pretty much looked like at the start of 2022, it looked like it was a guaranteed fuck. You know.
Yeah.
With the Russia and the shitheads in politics were openly sucking Vladimir Putin's nutsack while screaming at everyone that they thought, oh, we're gonna get away with it. That kind of evil, just like I wanted to kill myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Junie, honey, if I could help you, you know I would. Ember, I was going to ask you, do you mind talking about the coming out part of our conversation earlier, like expounding on that for me?
Sure.
Okay, if you're comfortable.
Yeah. I just I don't really talk about myself very much, so I don't know where to go.
Sorry,
with it.
I ask my guests questions.
It's all good. I try to do the same thing when I have somebody over. I try to keep the focus on them. I'm like, hey, meet this new person, you know?
Yeah. I have a lot of people I can introduce you to that you don't know yet that are in this little corner over here of the community. Like I have this circle where I kind of am in a bunch of communities, and a lot of people aren't. So I can spread you out a little bit.
Yeah. I'm still relatively new. I've only been on YouTube since like December.
Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. Hi, Mikey.
Mikey.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, never met you.
How are you, buddy?
How you doing?
I won't say nothing. I'm sorry.
You're fine, buddy. Go ahead, Emperor. Finish up. Or continue, I guess.
Alrighty. Yeah. Because I the last couple of weeks I did a couple of shows about a bunch of channels that people might not know about because I didn't know about many of them, and I'd wish I'd heard about them sooner. So I did a bunch of shows. The first one was 21 creators, and then the second one was just a shit ton more creators, and I'm still finding new creators that nobody told me about. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna tell people about the ones I know about. So there.
Yeah. Absolutely. I do that all the like that's the great thing with Neil. Neil is like the beginning hub of the atheist community, and people do their deconversion story, and then they meet all the people that Neil has already done well, at least like half of them show up. Jesus. Like so many people be in the chat if, on a good night. And then all those people, whether they watch it later or at that time, they're like, oh, Neil, this guy's cool. I like him. Neil, talk to him. I'm going to sub. And then it just kind of spreads from there. That's how I'm the one who stole Dr. Ben from Neil and got his name around. I literally stole, he was on Neil's channel, and then he said something about being trans, and I was like, what the fuck? Because I didn't know. I just thought he was a young guy. I thought he was like 19. It turns out he was 27 and trans, you know? And I was like, oh, dude, you got to come over and talk to me. You know, I want to talk to you and shit. And then after he, you know, told me about all his shit and I was hanging out with him for 2 months, I came out. Between him and my son and, you know, people like Stephanie and Diana, who started later in life, I'm like, why am I not doing this? I'm stupid. I hate who I am right now. Why am I not doing this? So really it was like the whole community encouraged me, but Ben was a big part of that. He really was like, you know, I asked him questions all the time, medical stuff, and he was just on the ball, answering and trying to help me out. He was a really good dude. You know, it was yeah. When we needed each other, we had a really good time. Let's put it that way. So, but he's brilliant. He's gonna be an amazing fucking doctor. That man is fucking brilliant. I mean, beyond what you guys, if you don't know, man, he is fucking brilliant.
Yeah, I've seen him on the line. I've seen him on some ACA stuff. I only, just because I was doing those creator features, found out he had his own channel.
Yeah.
I'm like, you never know, you know?
He has a serious one on YouTube, and then he has a goofy one on Twitch where he goofs off and they do games and have fucking fun and talk stupid shit and have a blast. So he's got 2 different platforms there, but he tries to keep them separate because he wants people to take his YouTube stuff seriously. So he does the goofy shit over on Twitch and he doesn't let them mix, you know?
Yeah, that's a good plan. I mean, I'm not shy about the fact that I run a Comic-Con in Watertown, but I don't let the Comic-Con, like, occasionally I'll show something from the Comic-Con on my channel, but I won't put any of my channel stuff on the Comic-Con because it's like, you know, it's upstate New York. Everybody's like at least nominally Christian. So if I even breathe the word atheist, a huge drama would ensue, you know?
Right. You're in upstate New York?
Yeah.
No shit. I lived in Narrowsburg for a bit. It's Narrowsburg's right across the river from the top northeast corner of PA. You can literally go up through like go up to Scranton, and then there's a bypass up there that heads over towards New York, and you take that and it takes you up there, and then you go over this, get off this exit and go over this little bridge, and you're in New York.
Huh.
And it's a beautiful little eclectic, quiet, peaceful, friendly town.
Kind of sort of in the vicinity of Catterskill Falls.
I think you're way north. No, wait a minute. No, you're east of that, I think. How far are you from the city?
Because I drive through New York everywhere.
Oh yeah,
we're talking about more.
I'm 5 hours from New York City. I'm nearish Syracuse.
Oh, okay. So you're north of it. You're northwest of it. Because where you're
I
at,
mentioned
you can come
Catterskill
down
because it's the nearest point to where I think you're describing that I'm familiar with.
Because you're close to 81, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So 81 takes you right down into Scranton. So 81 does this. Well, let me make it more realistic for your eyes. So 81 does this and kind of comes down at a southwest angle.
Yep.
So if you were to go at a southeast angle, that same angle, you pretty much run into yes, it's 380. That's exactly what I was trying to think.
That's the way I usually go to New York City when the opportunity arises. Occasionally I'll take 17, but
17.
I
well,
have an
17
X on
can get
17,
hairy.
so I try to avoid that one.
It depends on what time of day you're going through. Yeah, I drove truck through there for years, man.
Yep.
I used to work out of Scranton for you've probably seen the trucks, Cain is Able.
Yep.
Green trucks. Yep. I used to work for them, and I'd take a load of liquor from the PA Liquor Board. We were selling it to Massachusetts. We would literally pick it up in New Jersey, take it to PA, to the warehouse that Cain is Able owns, that has the PA Liquor Board in it. They'd check it all in. then we'd sell it to freaking Massachusetts, to Boston, and then we'd haul it all the way over to Boston. And from Scranton to Boston is exactly 301 miles from where I left the terminal to where I dropped. So I could do one trip, and it was my whole day was done.
Nice.
I just drive to Boston and come back, 600 miles. My 12-hour day is done.
Hell yeah.
That's what I would do.
I
took
wind
that
up
trip so many times. So many times.
I wind up going to Syracuse and then taking the thruway to Buffalo all the time.
You know what, Robert? That's actually true. I can get you to any major city in the United States. I know how to get to any of them from wherever you are. I can tell you the shortest route, pretty much. They literally, back when I identified as female, my truck driving guy friends called me the Queen of I-80 because I drove that fucker so much. I could tell you, I literally had the truck stops and rest areas memorized, what exits they were in which state, all the way from fucking New York to goddamn Washington or whatever it is, wherever 80 goes.
San Francisco.
San Francisco. Thank you.
So your BPA.
Well, I split off, but here, honestly, though, I split off a lot in Minnesota and went on 94. I'd go over into like Fargo and Bismarck, North Dakota, and then shoot down to South Dakota. I did that a lot. I was on I-29 all the time.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
I can
your
tell you all the
BPS.
state names. I am kind of a GPS, yeah. Now, once you get into town, I don't know what to tell you because I only know where the industrial areas are. If you're going somewhere that does not have trash or a big pipe blowing smoke out of it, I probably don't know where you're going. But I've seen the ghettos in almost every city because they're all by the fucking industrial area because that's where they push them to because the rich white people don't want to live there because they're fucking pieces of shit. So that's what I've walked down a New York City sidewalk in Brooklyn at 3 a.m. and we're not allowed to have weapons in trucks.
Yeah.
But I did have a
that's
knife.
Trippy as hell,
I did have
right?
a knife that I hid in my dashboard that I could flip. I could pull a panel and pull my knife out. So I'd stick it on my belt and I'd just walk down the street like I fucking owned the place. They left me alone. I left them alone. We were good.
Yeah, it's a good plan.
I'm about my business. I got my paperwork in my hand. I'm walking up the road. I just locked up my truck. They saw where I came out of. I ain't fucking with you. I just left everybody alone. And don't act like a scared fucking tourist and they'll leave you alone too. If you act like a dumbass, people are going to fuck with you no matter what city you're in. It's just the way it is. Be respectful to people. Don't be an asshole.
Yep.
It's all you got to do. Who looks nothing alike?
Who did what to who now?
He thought Mikey. Ox, are you high, bro? He thought Mikey was somebody else, and then Carrie goes, "They look nothing alike, Ox." And I'm like, "What the fuck is he talking about?"
What do I look like?
Whatever, Robert. I didn't pull the trailer by hand, but I'll tell you what.
Oh, Jay.
Because
I could see it.
Because I was an identified lesbian when I was a truck driver, I made sure I was a damn good truck driver. I could back a trailer anywhere you fucking wanted it. And I'd go into those truck stops and I'd see these guys struggling to get in a spot and they'd give up and go find another one. And just to be a dickhead, I'd put my truck in that spot. And they'd all be like looking at me, because when you do that shit and you're a good backer, all the truck drivers will stop and watch you. Like, damn, that motherfucker knows what he's doing, right? Then I get out of the truck and they're like, oh, that's not a dude. That's a fucking lesbian. I loved it, man. I loved it. I just strut right through the parking lot with my fucking thermos in my hand. Like, look at that shit. Eventually I ended up being a hostler at big yards for L Brands and Amazon. I'd hustle all the trailers around for them. In case you guys don't know what a hostler is, it's that short little white truck you'll see on the yards that they back the trailers up with. That's a hostler. Yard jockey, shuttle driver. They have all kinds of names for it. But yeah, normally it's called a yard jockey. So I did that for a while, and I used to back up because every truck has a high and low reverse. And I'd put it in high reverse, and I'd back it up and stick it in the hole at like 20 miles an hour. Didn't bother me a bit. People would just look at me. The guy that I worked with had been driving truck for like 11 or 12 years longer than me. And by the end of the shift, I always had like 30 more moves than he did. He would go, I'll get it back. It's my turn. I get it. I want to catch up with you. And I'd be like, nah, Dave, I got it, man. And I'd, if we were both sitting there, I'd let him take it because he felt bad he wasn't working fast enough. And I'm like, dude, it's not that you're working slow. I'm very quick. I have very quick reaction times. So I'm a multitasker because I'm ADD. It's like the best person in the world to have drive for you because they can see everything at once. There's nothing, they don't miss anything, So
gotta go. I did the same thing at I worked for Jacobson running fruit bits for Chobani between Indiana and the plant in Norwich, New York, something like that. It doesn't matter. Anyway,
there is a Norwich, but I think that's New Jersey. No, Norwich. No, that's Connecticut.
There's Norwiches all over the damn place. But
no, wait. There's another one in Massachusetts, I think. They are everywhere. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
It's like saying Greenwich, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Boston. Where? There's Greenwiches
Springfield.
Oh, it's another good one.
One in almost every
Waverly
state. It's freaking trippy. But yeah, I had a team driver, but he like New York State passed a rule where in order to haul totes full of liquid, you had to get your tanker endorsement because it was all liquid sloshing around in them. And he refused to do it, so the company let him go. So I continued as a solo driver, but I kept doing team driver miles.
You're
the
like,
other
yeah, I'll
team
take that
drivers were
paycheck.
so pissed.
That motherfucker's making double what we are. Yeah, I remember actually getting calls when I started working as a truck driver. I took the smallest contract for the free truck driving school. Yes, you can do that, people. They will put you in truck driving school, but you have to commit to them for so long. And at the time, the shortest one was 8 months. The rest of them were a year and a half. And I was like, fuck that year and a half shit. So I picked the 8 months and I ended up with the Crash Roll Stunt Team, CRST.
Oh, nice.
And I got my time in and I did my 8 months. And then the stupid dispatcher, Amber, you're not even going to believe what my idiot dispatcher did. She sent me right by my house 3 days after my contract was fulfilled and didn't have a load for us and was sending us to a truck stop.
Whoops.
What do you think I did?
You went the fuck home.
I was driving. My buddy was asleep. I pull up and he looks out. He's like, where the fuck are we? I said, oh, I'm going home, man. My ride will be here in like 15 minutes. He goes, do what? I said, I'm going home. My 8-month mark was 3 days ago. I'm done. They were stupid enough to send me right by my house and want me to park 50 miles from my house. I'm going home. And he was like, are you fucking kidding me? I said, no. I already called him and told him. He said, what'd they say? I said, they're mad. Have a nice day. And I walked away with all my shit in my hand. I just shoved it in the bag while we were talking and I left.
Yeah.
And then they said, you abandoned equipment. I said, no, I did not. I left the equipment with a perfectly capable driver to drive 35 miles away to the terminal. Fuck you. I literally had him station me there because my girlfriend lived close by and I could go fuck her whenever I was home.
Yeah, didn't even need a rescue driver. I had a similar situation. I started with Stevens Transport out of Dallas.
Hey, didn't U.S. Express bought them?
Did they?
Yeah, like in 10 years ago. 10 years ago.
I missed all the fun. and they did the same
Stevens
bullshit
out there all the time.
Yeah, no. They still call it Stevens Transport. They didn't take the name off, but they own it.
There's a lot of
They also own
it's trippy.
I feel like it's something that has Fleet in it, but it's not First Fleet. It's a company that's also has red trucks, just like US
Fleetwood
Express
Mac.
does.
Yes.
Hey, let me tell you what.
Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac is fucking awesome.
That's the name of the trucking company. Fleetwood Mac, I think.
No, it's not.
You know what's
It's like A1 Fleet, or I feel like it's A1 something, A1 Trucking or something. It sounds really fucking generic. I think it's mostly down around Florida and Georgia. I think is where their headquarters are. They're a smaller company, but they bought them out too. But it's not First Fleet. It's the other one. Mack Trucks. Oh, Carrie Ann. When I worked for Kane is Able, they had just bought brand new Mack trucks. They were less than a year old. And they drove, man, they'd pull up them fucking hills. And then when I worked for a company called, not the big Swift Transport with all the trucks that wreck. Not those guys. They're smaller. They only have like 100 trucks. And they're called Swift Enterprises. And they're out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. And I worked with them. And my buddy had worked for him. He goes, man, I'm quitting. They got 3 Kenworths sitting in their lot. They need drivers right now. And I said, dude, are you fucking kidding me? He goes, no, tell them you want, I know this is fucked up, but I don't forget numbers. He's like, tell them you want 3353. That's the truck I was in. I fucking hooked it up. It's got inverters, everything in it. I was like, sweet. So I go to them. 2 weeks later, they're shipping me to them. They put me on a Greyhound, paid for it and everything, so I wouldn't have to drive down. So I was like, I'm not leaving my vehicle in Tennessee. I'm going to go home on my days, you know?
Yeah.
So they put me on a fucking train and sent me down, or a bus or something, I don't remember, and sent me down there and paid for all that shit and put me in a hotel till I got my truck. But I ended up with 3355. I didn't get his truck, but I loved that fucking Kenworth T600 was the best fucking truck I've ever driven in my life. It was smooth. It was quiet. It was well insulated. You could sleep good in it. And trust me, if you have never slept in a truck, that's really important, because you'll be in a truck stop and there's an asshole next to you with a reefer that cuts on and off all night. Wah! I'm not kidding, like right next to your head. So if you don't have a well-insulated truck, motherfucker, you ain't sleeping. Or somebody's going to start up their truck and take off and you're going to wake up. So it's really important. But that thing rode like a Cadillac. Like the suspension on that thing was amazing. The seats were comfortable. They were like racing. They're like racing seats. They're uber comfortable. You just kind of slide into it. You don't get backaches because it's got good lumbar support in it. Leather seats. You know, you got carpet on the floor in the back, so you don't have to walk on fucking plastic when you're trying to go to bed and shit. Like, they're really nice, really, really nice trucks. And they're also about $400,000 a piece.
Minor details.
That's a pretty penny. Good night, Beck. I left a message for you. I'm really curious because I think we might be following each other around as far as where we've lived, because you've lived in Newport News. I've lived in Newport News. You've lived in places where I've lived in Florida, and I'm just curious how far
they
away
saved my life. They saved my life in Newport News. That's where I had my kidney removed at. They saved my life.
I remember, because it was literally dying inside you.
Yes.
And you left Newport News the year I came there.
Coincidence?
Hilarious.
I think not.
So weird. Where else have you lived?
Well,
I mean, besides the
I'm not
Northeast of
gonna
Florida.
I'm not gonna say where I live now.
No.
but
I said, where have you lived?
I've lived in Broward County.
Okay.
I've lived for about 2 months in Orlando.
What year?
Area.
What year?
That was basically, we tried to move up there. It didn't work. I think it was 87. And I was
87.
a wee one.
I moved to Orlando, Florida in 89. There's another one you can add to your list. Where else have you lived? I've lived in like 9 states. I've also lived in Oregon. I've also lived in North Carolina.
Loki Fish lives in Hampton Roads. Everyone knows that. I'm not going to say what city.
Yeah, no, we all know he lives in. I knew he lived in that area. I didn't know it was Hampton Roads, but yeah, that's just the general area above Virginia Beach, folks. Before you get to Maryland, go ahead.
I just when I see coincidences, yeah, maybe
Well,
not.
You know, that happened with me and my ex because I was out in Oklahoma for a while. That was the main place for the truck driving place. I was out there for a while. And then I ended up in Pennsylvania. Eventually I've been in Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, Rhode Island, Oregon, North Carolina, Florida, and now New Mexico. I think that's all of the states I've lived in.
A lot of states. I've only lived in 3.
I have fidgety feet. Sometimes I have to move.
Well, actually, like for the first 2 months of my life, we lived in Allentown, and my mom drove to Hamilton Township for her teaching job, and then that went to. She tried to go back, and then Dad was like, "I love Jack Daniels more than you," so that's when they originally moved to Florida. And I gotta get going. Have a good day.
Bye, 401. Be safe. Amber, are you okay? So I have to say you're driving a 2-stick. It's got to be what, 18 or 24 speed. It's got to be a big one if you have 2 sticks on it, JR. And no, that is not a comment about anybody's penis. Everybody calm down in the chat. Peterbilt. They are made for very tall men. How tall are you?
178, 179 centimeters.
I don't know what that means. Can you say that in American?
In freedom units? I think
can you give me
it translates to 5'10".
Okay. You might be okay in it. Not okay under 5'7" in it. I literally, the seat doesn't go up far enough. I had to put a pillow, my sleeping pillow, behind my back so I could have pressure to push in the clutch.
You know, I've noticed that leg sizes vary a lot. For most of my driving time, I had either my own truck or was with a co-driver. But the last job I had was LTL, and we did slip seating. So every time we had semi-assigned trucks, like you would usually be in the same truck every day, but sometimes
it'd be like
not.
3 that switch out of it. Yeah.
And so whenever I'd be in a non-typical truck, the seat would be all the fucking way forward, and the wheel like all the way back. And I'm like, how tiny are these fucking drivers? I see them in the driver's lounge. They look like they're the same size as me, but they must have 6-inch fucking legs. I don't understand.
Let me tell you what. I actually had an advantage in truck driving for somebody as short as me. I'm only 5'6". So my advantage is I'm all legs. If I was proportionate, my torso, which never got longer as it should have, I don't know. I'm really like short in the torso. I usually date chicks that are between 5'3" and 5'5", and when we sit down, they're all taller than me. That's how bad it is. But when I stand up, they're here. You know, like 5'2", 5'3" chick, I can just stick my chin right on top of them. But when we sit down, they're taller. That's how short.
You were 178 centimeters, you said?
I think so. I'd have to double check my last DOT physical card, but I think so.
That'd be 5'8".
Huh, that doesn't sound right. I don't know. Freedom units are weird.
Isn't it 2.54? The conversion for centimeters to freedom units, as he put it, is in 2.54.
I have no idea.
You have to divide it or multiply it or something like that. I think it's 2.5.
Bruh, I just flipped the ruler over. What are you talking about converting?
Right?
Flip it over. Use the other side. Use the other side of the tape. Don't worry about it.
I just go on to Google and I put CM to IN conversion, and it brings it up, and you type in whatever you want, and it tells you.
Just lie.
The magic sorcery box.
Just make it up.
Should I lie and just say, yeah, I knew that, man?
No, just be like, it's fucking 700 feet. Obviously, I converted it.
Yes, exactly. But still an 18-speed, JR. I knew it had to be at least an 18-speed because you said 2 sticks, buddy.
No one's responsible for their speech anymore.
Nothing below 18 has 2 sticks. That's the lowest. What's that?
Said no one's responsible for their speech anymore. Haven't we learned anything from politics? We can just make shit up. Like, 175 centimeters, that's 47 fathoms. Yep.
Technically false advertisement because I put on my thing.
Yeah, that's
factual knowledge on my thumbnail. So it is 1.5 furlongs, sir.
0.3.
I always love furlongs.
Of a furlong night.
Do you know where that? I mean, obviously, think of the name furlong. Now, back then, these people were like trapping like foxes and all that shit. It was like that was the big trapping. So you figure what, 2.5 to 3 feet?
Wow,
that's a furlong. It has to be fur long. It's the length of a typical fur.
The length of a fur. I always thought it was like an acre-sized unit of measurement, like because of the fur.
I don't know. He told me to. Ember, he told me to make up facts. I just made it up.
Oh, okay.
What do you want me to do?
I was
here?
accidentally being serious again.
Yeah, you put too much reality into it. You should have said, okay, let's go. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's take it back to 1. We're gonna do the same joke again, but just pick an obscure animal that it's from, and that's why it's called a furlong. Okay, everybody, places.
Okay.
Speed and action.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about a furlong?
Well, the reason it's called a furlong is because back then fox was the big thing. It was way before we had any regulations on it. So the fox was the typical fur traders wear. Everybody wanted fox to make jackets and hats and everything out of.
That's how long a fox is from ass to nose.
Yeah, if you lay out the fur
average.
itself, however long that is, I believe it's 2.5 to 3 feet ish. And that would be the size of that's how long a furlong is.
Not crazy enough. I'm booing that. Nope.
Oh,
you should have went with like fucking. You should have went with fucking like green-billed elk or some shit.
So back then, the big trappers were going after duck-billed platypuses out in the middle of Montana in the mountains.
Saber-toothed beavers.
So those duck-billed platypus, when you get that skin off of them, about 2.5, 3 foot long. That's what I should have said. Out in the middle of Montana, because all duck-billed platypuses are out there.
Once you get under the armor of an alligator, there is fur under there. And when you pull it all out,
with a single gene activation, you can make alligators grow feathers. That's fucking
Yours
trippy.
right though. Like if you take a mastodon fur, that might actually be long enough.
Dude, a mastodon fur that's like 3 blocks.
These
that's a bus stop. That's a bus stop length.
Yeah.
This made up version of how furlong guy's name actually makes more sense than the actual answer.
Oh, you looked it up, you cheater. No, you have to give a pretend answer before you tell us.
Yeah. What's that fucking mythical critter out in Wyoming? A jackalope or some shit?
Jackalopes.
Yeah,
Dude,
jackalope. Yeah.
That thing's so cute. I don't know why
it is fucking cute.
It's a monstrosity.
I mean, it's a bunny. It's a jackrabbit.
It's a monstrosity, is what it is. It's
and
one day animal with another day animal. Well, yeah, it's a homunculus of horror.
I'll have you guys know we have 2 kinds of rabbits out here. We have fluffy little bunnies with the little fluffy cottontails. And then we also have jackrabbits, real jackrabbits. And by the way, the little bunnies run really fast. The jackrabbits are like, you can't catch me. I'm just going to lope along. And then if you startle them, then they're like, and you will never see them again. They blend in so well, and they run underneath the bushes to get away from you. You just will never see them again.
Do you know how
Good luck shooting one.
Do you know how fucking fun it would be to move that fast? I would fuck with everybody.
I'd be like, da 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 da, hey, gone.
The rabbits.
Where the fuck did he go?
I would abuse that super speed every day.
The rabbits.
Excuse me, ma'am.
My garden.
Is this a full spinach frittata? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, the rabbits in my garden. Yeah, those rabbits in my garden have been gotten so used to me.
It's just a blur.
I've been able to actually almost walk up and pick them up.
They're just like, hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Hey,
I've actually almost gotten to where I could almost walk up and pick them up if I wanted to.
Hey, you've been watering extra. I appreciate that.
Pretty sure in the game, old school RuneScape, an alligator alligator pelt coat, not really furry, skin would be probably around 5,000 GP.
I used to play that game.
It's probably more like 1,300.
No. What you want to do is, in RuneScape, you want to go to where the cows roam and light the cow patty on fire.
Huh?
Go on.
That's a special
quest. You can't light a cow patty on fire in OSRS. You can in real life, though.
It's a hidden. It's a hidden quest. Didn't you hear?
Nah, this is a trap.
Nah, bro.
We actually
I'm already level 80. I'm level 81 combat. And I have a total skill level of 5,000,000 I'm 500,000 something, I think ish. I'm probably over that by now. Last time I checked, it was 5,435,798. So I don't know if it's way higher than that. So
I unfortunately I lost my account, but when me and my friend used to play, we actually had somebody looking for help with quests. We would actually say that to people, and we actually had people going out and looking for the cow patty.
Oh my god, that's like fucking hilarious.
That's a snipe hunt. That's what that is.
Yeah, that's totally a snipe hunt. And they're stupid because there's a button right there on OSRS and it says quest list. Click. Yeah, it'll tell you all the quests you can do for your level. You can filter it out, or you can see all the quests. They didn't look. They just went looking for the cow patty. That is true idiocracy.
No, we would tell them it was a hidden quest.
Right.
So it wasn't on the list.
It's a hidden.
Yes. Yes, JR. Once they are dry enough, you can get a good fire off a cow patty. They will burn right up.
Oh yeah.
Spinach and feta baked inside puff dough. Carrie and Chrysler, unless you're gonna make that vegan. Don't tease me with feta. I fucking love feta. I miss feta cheese.
Smells like feet. Tastes like feet.
Ox said, I'm as tall as a yearling Clydesdale horse. So you're about 5'8"? 5'9"?
One of my friends,
5'7"?
One of my friends got a job working with
hands.
Anheuser-Busch's Clydesdales.
Dude, when I lived in Virginia, the best thing to do in the summertime when you wanted to fucking have fun and cool off was go to Busch Gardens. Because you could go get wet and ride the water rides, get all cool and shit, and then you could go over and check out the fucking horses and, watch the babies run across the field and shit. They are just beautiful, man.
This is Anheuser-Busch, not Busch Gardens.
That is owned by Anheuser-Busch.
They have the Clydesdales at the zoo?
Yes.
That's corny as hell. You got this domesticated as fuck animal at the zoo? That's crazy.
Well, they have them there because it's Busch Gardens. They're advertising for their beer, and they're like, these are our Clydesdales. But they have the females there that are giving birth, is what they have.
Gross.
So that's pretty much what you see is a bunch of females and a bunch of babies. But it's they're cool to see. They're beautiful horses. And of course, they have them walking around pulling wagons and shit in certain places of the park.
Wagons the size of small cities.
They're lower key.
No, they're actually the size of the old wagons they used for transporting people back in the whatever horse days.
Yes, and they would
the
just
old omnibuses.
You know what they would do? They would just take the wheels off, and that was the courthouse. And they take one up, and there's the schoolhouse.
Modular cities.
Whatever. Modular city, buddy.
Broke ass
Watch
cities.
me.
They would just park the fucking wagon, and then they like park another wagon next to it.
This one's the post office.
Put a tarp next to it. Yeah, they put a sign out front.
Yeah, well, I ain't got the money to experiment with expensive plant-based items. So anything you guys try, let me know if you liked it or not, and then I'll go buy it.
How about now to put snake oil?
Yeah, no, J.R. Cleet is right. Busch Gardens is huge. They actually have a huge enclosure full of injured eagles that cannot fly that they have saved. And they have like 24 of them.
I saw a pair of those this past weekend.
That's cool.
Yeah, a pair?
Yeah, at Knoebels in Ellisburg, PA, in the middle of the state.
Oh, really? Oh, Knoebels.
Yeah,
I know where that is.
Yeah,
they've
got two up in the corner. Hattie and Henry, I think, are their names. They're both injured and can't fly again, so they're in the protection zone thing.
Yeah, Busch Gardens has a setup pretty cool because they have this area that's like a natural was already there. They have trees. There's like natural growing trees. They literally preserved that when they built the park. They built it around it. And there's a bridge going over top of the, I don't want to call it a valley, large trench, maybe. But you can stand on that bridge and the eagles are just walking around there, hanging out on the limbs, climbing up walking up the trees because they just can't fly. But they're beautiful. I'm huge eagle. I have an eagle on the side of my leg. I love fucking eagles. They're beautiful creatures. And if you're going to ask me what animal you want to be, I'm going to say an eagle that turned vegan because I can't tear apart food like that with my beak, but I would love to fucking fly.
Well,
Oh,
dream,
God.
would you? Damn.
Man, I run into
Have a
eagles
dream, will
everywhere.
you?
Like everywhere I live, I run into fucking eagles.
I had the same thing with hawks.
When Jen and I were in Narrowsburg, New
hawks
York,
are-
we were actually leaving New York and going back into Pennsylvania. And that part of Pennsylvania you drive through is a national forest before you get down towards Scranton and all that shit, right? So, sorry about that.
It's where the chupacabras
So
live.
we were driving through there in her Nissan Frontier, I believe is what it was. Yeah.
Chupacabra bait. You love those.
Anyways, we're driving along and we see this eagle and it goes across the road. And I was like, dude, did you see that? She goes, man, that fucking eagle looked huge. And the next thing I know, he comes from behind us and he flies right over top of the truck and swoops down right in front of the windshield, like 15 feet out, and then just goes off to the side. And we were all like,
skidding off the road, smashed
dude, the
through in
fucking
the
wingspan
Nissan.
on that thing was wider than the hood, bro. It was huge. And she had a Nissan SUV.
These
fucking
are
huge.
big
I mean,
boys.
they're not as big as they used to be. They used to be smaller than they are now, but still big fucking, like, if his wings weren't wider, they were at least as wide as, from what I could tell. And I'm
believe it.
driving
I think
with
that
my
eagle's
mouth
on
open.
steroids.
And the kids are in the back seat
a
leaning
lot
forward.
bigger
And
than
we're all
people
like,
think they are.
I just think that I think we should
incredible.
do a quick urinalysis or whatever they have on that bird because he's clearly juicing.
Well, you know, they put
they
the
have a-
fucking chemicals in the water, man. They're turning the frogs gay.
Hey,
they
Beck,
typically have a 5 to 7 foot wingspan.
Beck, did the fucking eagle have an overly large head? Was it hitting a lot of home runs?
I
Was
mean, I
it
don't
breaking
I don't
a lot
really
of eagle records that no
I
one
don't
should
really
have ever been able to
think
get
so, but he had a pretty big butt.
See, that's maybe
For a
that's what it
bird.
looks like in eagles. I don't know.
Because that's what I saw the most of
That's-
as it was
that's-
flying away from
I'm
us.
gonna just go ahead and say that that's obvious evidence of eagle steroid abuse, and I hope that eagle sees this and gets the help that it needs, and goes to eagle jail.
Yes,
You
Britt,
fucking cheater.
all of the eagles are together in one enclosure, and they feed them. You know, they have a schedule. They feed them and everything. But the area
All
they're
children.
in is really like it goes down into the ground and comes back up. There's lots of like mossy, damp trees, lots of coverage for the leaves, so they don't have to worry about that because they do like that leaf coverage. But it's a really nice enclosure, and it has like this huge, thick ass freaking net. Like the ropes on this net are like this fucking thick or something, and the squares are only like this big. Ain't nothing getting through there but some fucking rodents. And the whole thing is like that, and it's so funny because you're like walking through the park and it's the middle of summer and you're hot and you're like, this fucking sun, it's too humid, and then you walk into that little shady area by the eagles and it's so peaceful and it's so quiet and it's so pretty, you just want to stay there. I didn't even want to, like, my sister was like, come on. I was like, I'll catch up with you, I'm good here. I just want to stare at the eagles.
You want
She made me leave.
You want to know why it's so peaceful and quiet there? Because the eagles ate all the happy little wildlife that live in that area.
I was gonna say because the eagles are there and all the wildlife's on the other side of the fucking park trying to live. That's exactly right.
The wildlife is still there inside the eagles. It's quiet because you can't hear them through the eagle stomach. Because they got apparently a bunch of fucking footloose eagles running around this poor park. The poor bunnies are just like, why? Why is there a 7-foot condor running around here squawking at me?
There's 16 furlongs of leftovers in that enclosure.
I'll have you guys know. Have you guys ever seen those geese that are really big?
Swans?
I had one attack me. I was a little kid. It was taller than me.
Sounds
and
like
it was
swan.
a gray and white. One had the gray like right here, and the rest of it was, I mean, gray everywhere. A little bit white here, a little bit of white like on its butt feathers, kind of thing, and its wings.
Maybe like a farm.
It
goose.
was a fucking asshole. It picked on everything smaller than it.
That's
Me
the
and the
point.
dog and the cat were always trying to avoid the fucking goose. And Mom finally gave it away. She's like, dude, this goose is fucking mean. And this lady's like, I'll throw it back in my back pasture and just take the eggs. So she took it off our hands. And she threw it out
goose
there
eggs
with
are
the
so good,
cows
though.
and shit where it couldn't do anything to
Are
anybody.
they
It
better
was
than-
out with the cows. It was mad.
Are goose
But
eggs
that
better
fucker
than
bit
chicken
me,
eggs?
like drew blood on my legs. Like bit me so much. Yeah, they are similar, just bigger. But
Are
yeah,
they
you
better?
can eat them. You can.
They
I mean,
taste
I don't
better?
know. That depends on the diet you're giving the chicken or goose. If they're eating an all natural bug, no grain diet, they're eating everything off of the ground, all natural bugs. That is the most delicious egg, no matter what kind of, whether it's goose or duck or chicken. It doesn't matter. They pretty much all. Some of them people say are more rich. I feel like there's a little bit of a taste difference on my end, but I'm kind of a super taster. But there are, I think the duck eggs, I believe, are really like have really dark yellow oaks in their yolks, and they're really like rich. You know what I mean? Like food rich.
Then why the hell do we still use fucking chicken eggs?
Because chickens will lay all fucking year if you keep swiping their eggs. Everybody else, they have a season and they're done.
Yep. And then they wait again until the next season. Chickens are stupid.
Just fucking.
We took your eggs. They're like, oh, gotta lay more.
Stop giving the fucking geese calendars. Duh.
Well,
just
it
lie
works,
and
works
tell
a
them.
little bit with geese.
They
Geese
don't-
will
but
lay
they
for
don't
2
follow-
weeks, and then if they have a clutch, then they'll start sitting and they'll stop laying. Once they start sitting, they're done. But if you manage to swipe their eggs every day, you can stretch it out to 4 weeks.
And then you can just tell them that none of that counted, and we're gonna start over.
Yeah, well, alas, when
Please
they're done, they're
begin
done.
again.
But the good news is that you can preserve goose eggs for up to 6 months before you run the risk of them going bad. So you can have goose eggs, if you save up a bunch of them, for most of the year. And then I suppose you could get Southern Hemisphere geese for the other half of the year.
That's what I'm saying. Can't we get some intergalactic geese transportation egg situation?
Yeah.
What you have to do is you need to find people that live like out closer to the country, away from the city. You're not going to find a geese in that fucking city. First of all, you're never going to find a goose egg there.
You're
But
not
if you
gonna
go,
find
if
Mikey
you ever,
Pittman in the city,
yeah, if you ever go out like into the country part of Illinois, then you could probably find some fresh goose eggs, but they're really hard to find. You got to find you can look up a goose farm, see if there's a goose farm near you. You might be able to fucking buy some and try them.
I'll
Or
look on
ducks.
Amazon.
Yeah, you got to find an
do that.
abundance,
Okay.
because if they only have a few geese, I guarantee you
Order
they're
it
going to
through
keep
DoorDash.
those goose eggs for themselves.
Yeah, that's the thing is exactly. That's why I said a goose farm, because the
Yep.
only people are going to fucking sell those things that have more than 1 or 2 or 4.
Yeah, those
exactly.
fucking eggs are so big. Like, one of them is an omelet.
Yeah, one of them is 3 fucking chicken eggs, pretty much, is my guesstimation. Wait a
3
minute,
to
do you mean
4,
goose or
depending on the
duck?
size. Goose.
Goose. Okay, yes, 3 to 4. Yes,
Yeah.
duck is like 2.5
2,
times
yeah.
the size. Yeah,
Holy shit!
soft boiled ostrich egg. There you
God
go.
damn, that's what I'm
Oh,
talking about.
I still need to try one of those. Haven't gotten my hands on one yet.
Oh, that's what this is. Yeah, I need one of these.
Yes,
Holy-
that's really close, JR. The chicken farm I worked at, the lights were off for I think 6 hours. So a little more extension on that. I think it was 6 hours, 6 or 7 hours that the lights were off. And then when daylight came up, they had sensors and the lights would come back on. So it would come on approximately 6-ish and go off around, I think it went off around midnight. I think that's about the time they turned them off for him. So yeah, that's about right.
I never
5-6
got
hours.
fancy like that. I'd go in to feed the chickens around daybreak, give or take. I'd throw the chicken feed in their trough. All the chickens it didn't matter where they were sitting or perching or whatever. They'd all go for the food, and then I'd scoop up all the damn eggs.
Yep. You know, Miss Carrie Ann,
I need
if
a
you
goose
have chickens and ducks and stuff coming into your yard to poop, you can let it dry and mow it up with a bagging lawnmower, and you can compost that in for garden stuff. Just saying. Because
bird poop is halfway there.
The bird poop in with that grass is really good start of a compost. And then you could throw all your food in it. I think you compost anyways, don't you? I think she does. I can't remember. Soft-boiled egg over ramen. There, Erica reappears because we were talking about
yeah.
food.
That's
we
what it
busted you, bro. You're such a dude. Like we start talking about like proteins, and here you are. They eat ticks too. Oh, chickens? Yeah, chickens will eat ticks. Those little,
how you know
little
they're
bugs
stupid.
running around you don't like
they
that
will
are outside.
eat
They will
anything that's
any
small
little
enough for them to
thing that-
kill. And
Yes.
sometimes not even. I've seen those fuckers gang up on a
gonna say.
fox.
Really?
Yeah.
Shut the fucking tell me.
Yeah. We had fucking foxes. One every so often they'd nab one. We went through, I don't know, 3 or 4 of them, and finally the big fucking rooster had enough. He got the chickens together, and they just pecked that motherfucker to death. I came out the next morning, and there's a fucking skeleton in the middle of the chicken yard. I'm like, mother Jesus.
Like they tore the skin off, and did they eat it?
They ate everything but the bones.
Hey, you know what? Let me ask you this: how protein rich and how orange were the fucking eggs on that for like 2 weeks?
I didn't
It had to
notice
be
a
like
difference.
amazing eggs. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised.
I remember finding
surprised.
a mouse that was flayed open in my chicken coop.
Yeah, it went the wrong way, little mouse.
Yeah. They're merciless. Everybody thinks chickens are just these flighty idiots.
Oh, no.
But they are merciless. They have no soul.
They can be mean. Yeah.
I
Now,
remember
I'm going
one-
to tell you, though, in my opinion, this is my opinion. The big chicken companies use the regular white chickens to lay. They're cheap and they grow easy and they're stupid and they lay lots of eggs.
Yep.
I prefer Rhode Island Reds. You will get brown eggs and they are so delicious. They're just good. They just have more taste than some eggs do. I don't know how to explain it. Like the yolk has more flavor. Almost.
Yeah, brown eggs are a little bit better. My
Yeah,
favorite was
Actually,
I don't know what kind of chicken it was, but I only had one of them. But they lay
What did
the
it look like?
rainbow eggs. Like one day it'll be cyan, the next day it'll be green, the next day it'll be pink.
What color was the chicken?
White.
White chicken? Damn, I don't know the white ones. I only know the colored ones. I don't remember the names of the white ones.
Yeah,
I was
idea
never
what kind of
interested in
chicken
them.
she
They were
was.
white.
She
I
was
wanted to
my
check out the
personal
colored ones.
chicken. I'd
Barred
fucking
Rock
hold her. She
Road.
liked to cuddle.
Yeah, mine lay.
Each
Mine lay.
chicken, hold on,
yeah, mine-
hold on. Each chicken breeds specific genes. Chickens that lay colored eggs include Barred Rock, Rhode Island Red, Wells Summer, Marron, and Easter egg hens.
Yeah, the actual color of the egg doesn't have an effect on the taste, but the mine
Right.
actually lay a light colored bluish green.
Oh, that's cool.
And what kind do you have?
They're just Easter eggers. They're basically chicken mutts.
Oh, they're just mutts. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, no, Rhode Island Reds will. And here's the good thing to do too, guys. If you guys decide, hey, you know what? I want to get a couple chickens. Great idea.
Don't.
When you get done with the eggs, let them dry totally. Crush them up in a coffee can so all the pieces are small, like big enough for a chicken to eat, small enough for a chicken to eat. And then you mix that in with any kind of feed that you give them, or just, give it to. They eat it, and it really makes your eggshell stronger.
Oh yeah.
I mean, our eggshells, we could like toss them between each other and they wouldn't break. They were like strong fucking shells. Because my mom she'd give them a little bit of cracked corn, and when we threw them the cracked corn, cracked corn, there'd be eggshells in it, and they just fucking eat it.
Yep, recycle the
great.
calcium.
Uh-huh.
Yep,
Actually,
absolutely.
I got
kept
actually,
them nice and healthy.
I gotta do that with mine in pretty soon here because they're going for a molting, and right after the molting, usually their eggs will be a little bit soft on the shell. So if I just give them a little bit of that calcium extra from the old egg shells, no problem.
Exactly. Keeps them. I mean, their eggs come out great, and it can't be bad for their body.
No,
eating
it's
calcium.
Good. No,
I mean,
good.
I remember having the same. Like we killed some of them off, but we had good layers that we kept. The ones that weren't good layers, we'd eat. Basically, mom and dad had like a system with lights and shit, and he would fuck with them and do experiments on them. It was really weird, but kind of interesting at the same time. I don't remember, but Richard does. But anyways, so
Can't find any goose eggs.
The layers we had those same few chickens for years. I don't know how long chickens live. It seemed like we had them forever. Like they just were healthy. You know, we had them out on a farm. We gave them a little bit of cracked corn and shell once a day, and they just ate bugs, and they were fucking really healthy chickens.
The average lifespan of a laying chicken is usually about 9 years. They can live up to around like 18 years, though.
Yeah, laying 9 years. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Because we lived on one farm, and then we moved to the other one. And if you combine the time on two, it was like 8 years. And I swear we had the same hens, because some of them had marks on them from like catching themselves on the barbed wire fence, or an animal bit them and they got in a fight, or with another chicken. So they all had like significant markings that I could recognize because we had them for so long, and they had been in so many fights and had, animals try to attack them, predators, stuff like that.
And that whole thing.
So I knew we had those same chickens for at least 8 years.
Yeah, and the whole thing about chickens only laying for like 2-3 years. That's only for the factory chickens, really. A really well taken care of chicken can last for much more than that.
It is not that they stop laying; it's that they stop producing enough. Their egg count goes down from like 2 or 3 a day to 1 every other day. Not enough. Bye. They keep them for about 2.5 years. They have them they have a whole schedule on them. They get certain foods at certain ages. You put certain extra nutrients in them when they get older, so they lay better. They lay good eggs, good healthy eggs. There's like calcium and stuff like that we put in their diet. All kinds of expensive ass nutrients that you put in.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised what they feed those chickens at those egg farms. Like, it is highly regulated by the USDA, and they do lots of pop-up inspections. So your shit's got to be perfect. Like, it better be perfect.
Yeah,
they will shut your ass down in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
There's fresh vegetable oil we would get, and we would put it in there, and it was like literally like not refined vegetable oil, right? Like the rough shit. Looked dark.
My guys, they get chicken feed. I usually buy it at the farm, and then they also get sunflowers. They get I buy these fly larvae. I give them. They love that.
Nice.
Just to make sure they have the.
Do you grow your own sunflowers?
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I just buy bulk bag.
Yeah, the big
black
bag
oil.
of it, yeah.
Some big black oil sunflowers.
Yeah, sunflowers are really good for any kind of bird, pretty much. They have lots of nutrients and stuff. I think there's like some omegas or something in there. I don't remember.
And I'll give them a handful. I'll give them a handful of whatever my sun conure doesn't need, which I have out right now. If you hear them in the background.
It's cute.
That depends on how many eggs you want, and that's what JR was saying earlier, Carrie. The industrial farms, the egg farms, will keep the lights on like 18 or 19 hours straight, so they lay more, and then they shut it off for 5 or 6 hours. Apparently, depends on the house. He said 5, but I remember ours being 6 because I remember they went off at midnight and came on at 6 a.m. So I know they were 6 hours. But anyways, they do that year round in the industrial farms. Now, what people do at their houses, I don't know. We only had a heat lamp in our chicken coop. We did not have a light in there. They could see fine. They didn't need a light. But we had a heat lamp for the wintertime to keep the chicken coop warmer, and it ran all winter long. And then when we had a bigger chicken coop, we had 2 of them. So the chickens were always nice and toasty in there. And the eggs wouldn't freeze and all that, because that's important too. But also, you don't want to cook the eggs. Make sure you're getting them daily if you have a heat lamp on them. Very important. I like them cooked too out of the shell, though.
Hard boiled.
I like to open it up and make sure there's not like a baby bird in there first.
You can make deviled eggs while you sleep.
Well, if you eat them the same day, it doesn't matter if it's fertilized or not.
The
And a chicken parmesan.
The interesting thing
I gotta get off here soon.
The interesting thing I'm running into with the eggs that I'm getting from my chickens, they don't go bad in the same way. They don't develop smell.
Yeah. The ones you get from the store are washed, and that washes off the protective coating. If you don't wash your eggs from your farm, you can leave them out on the fucking counter for up to 2 weeks.
Yeah, and what happens, instead of them becoming really bad and starting to smell, the inside will actually dry out and become hard.
Thank you, Robert.
I haven't experienced that myself, but I never let an egg sit around for more than 2 weeks. I really enjoyed my eggs.
Yeah, I had one from that was like in my fridge for like a year. I took it out and I broke it open just to see what happened to it, and it was like this hard round ball inside.
Freaking mummy egg.
Yeah, it was like a mummy egg.
I don't know what those are on Joe. Please
how
explain.
You hatch a baby mummy.
Oh my god, zombie chickens.
Yes.
Well, mine aren't fertilized, so there's no. I don't have any roosters, so there's no way they could be fertilized.
I mean, zombies
unless
aren't
there's
real
a
either.
Jesus zombie chicken out there.
Then you know it's not a white chicken, right? Couldn't help myself. Had to say it. I don't know what. I don't want to Google it. You can't copy and paste. Damn, Jur. I thought you had my back. No, it's fine. I'll Google it. I'm just teasing you. Scrambled eggs, fried spam, pineapple, sour cream, flour tortilla. Let's see. You just gave me a kidney-killing heart attack. No, thank you. I will pass. I would like a little bit of the sour cream, though. Just a little bit to put a little flavor in with the beans for my tortilla. That I can eat.
Don't
tell anybody about the sour cream.
Let's replace the spam with bacon.
Can't eat that either. Also will kill me.
Replace the bacon with chorizo.
It is a good way to die, but if I'm going to do that, Eric, I'm about to be crude. If you don't like it, hit mute for about 3 seconds. If I'm going to do that, and if I'm going to eat something that's really bad for me, I'm going to have a steak and a lobster and a bitch in my bed. That's what I'm going to have. And then I'm going to eat that shit. All three. That's what I eat if I'm going to die.
Well,
yes, Stephanie Helms, that is a rolled up coronary. Thank you. Huh?
Well, if there's no going back, you might as well.
Yeah, Carrie, omelet with broccoli and cheese sounds delicious. Cannot have the eggs or the cheese. So broccoli sounds good. I'm saving that stuff for. I prefer broccoli more cooked than I do raw. So I'll keep that for winter recipes when I want to turn on my oven and warm the place while I'm cooking.
Well,
but
if you
right now it's too hot for that shit.
If you're growing your own stuff, try growing the Ethiopian kale, and then you kind of massage it in, mix it with some breadcrumbs and some olive oil, and you bake that.
Kale? Make kale chips you're talking about?
No, it's a baked kale. It's like a kale casserole. So you just take the kale leaves and you kind of crush them with your hands. You kind of get the flavor out of it, and then you mix it with some breadcrumbs, like Italian breadcrumbs, and some olive oil, and you bake that.
It's not bad. So you're making kind of like a kale bread out of kale and breadcrumbs.
Yeah, it's like a kale casserole.
Cool. That's interesting. Plain unsweetened cashew yogurt instead of sour cream. Cheaper. It's cheaper too? Wait a minute. There's something vegan that's cheaper? Shut the fuck up. You're lying to me. I don't believe it. Everything vegan is more expensive.
Vegan water.
God, everything is so expensive. Yeah, vegan water. That's what they're going to try to sell next. Vegan water. Does that mean it's like organic? It doesn't have chemicals in it? Well, it didn't come from the United States. So...
Don't get me started.
I only get the dehydrated water.
Look, the water that's here is the best fucking water I've ever tasted. My landlord, Joni, has a pump that sits 520 feet, I think, 560 feet down in the ground to reach the water. And that is the best it's like Rocky Mountain, Denver water like that, but she has a well full of it. It's like the best fucking water. And I actually will drink this water. You give me something out of a bottle or that came out of the tap from the city, I ain't fucking drinking that shit. It's nasty. But she's smart because out here you have to pay to have the city run shit. She was like, nope, I'll put in a well. She put in a fucking well. And she has the best water. And she still has they just measured her. Oh, she just bought another property and they measured the well on that property. It's like 600 some odd feet down, but it has 250 feet of water in that, and it's in the, I don't know what you call it. Caldera, cistern, where the pocket of water is that they found to put attach the well to.
The water pocket.
Everywhere every well water I've encountered always had a very strong sulfur smell to it.
It doesn't up here, man. It's so clean. It's so clean. And I think it's because we have these mountains right here that, like, from October till April-ish, I think, have snow on them. And that snow melts, and we end up with it on our wells. It is the cleanest. There's no pollution up here. There's a little bit of haze over the city, but not very much, unless the wind changes directions and we get it from fucking Albuquerque, because that is the haziest, dirtiest fuck. It's like Chicago, hazy, nasty air. Sorry, no offense, Mikey. I just don't like. I can't stand.
We didn't
cities,
do.
so
We didn't do nothing
anyways.
to you.
So, no, I drove through Chicago for years. Don't tell me you did nothing to me. You did shit like paved roads and then didn't change the GPS that the height was that a truck couldn't drive through anymore. So we had to back up roads. On roads
Sounds
through
like the
fucking
first
red
time.
lights, that's illegal to turn around in Chicago because
You sound like a Cubs fan.
update the fucking GPS. No, I hate sports. I don't give a fuck about it. Anyway, so it sounds like a Cubs fan. They do bitch a lot, don't they? Is
Yeah.
it the Cubs that are known to bitch, or was it the New York Yankees that are bitchers? One of them
They whine about everything, and then they finally won, and it's like, oh my god, it was the most insufferable year in Chicago ever. And they finally fucking won a championship after 100
I
fucking
didn't even
years.
know they won yet. I had no idea it happened. When did that happen?
In the same year that it was predicted in fucking Back to the Future.
I know. I was saying, man, I wish I could go back and put some money on the Cubbies.
Yeah,
the Cubs won.
The one damn thing that Back to the Future got right. I want a fucking flying car. No, we get the Cubs winning. God,
Simpsons get. I mean, not the Simpsons. Yeah, Simpsons. They get it right all the time. They predicted so much shit. It's fucking insane.
Higher hit rate than Nostradamus and MK Ultra.
That's right. Go Seth.
They couldn't
Go
help themselves.
Seth.
They couldn't help themselves with the Back to the Future fucking memes that entire fucking season. I was like, oh, shut up! You're not gonna fucking. Oh god, they won. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now everyone's a Cubby fan, and all the jerseys come out of nowhere. It's so annoying.
That's what it is, Ember. You're right. I forgot. There's so much clay around here. It's exactly what it is. There's a bunch of sand and clay here. That's why we get everything filtered so well.
That'll do it.
Sand and clay. I mean, that's all we have here. We have red clay and sand. Literally. Everything else is hard rock, solid rock. But all of our ground is sand and clay. And you dig down and you get into rock that's mixed with sand. But it's like this huge rock layer a few feet down. But you have a few feet before you hit it. I think you have like 3 feet, maybe 4 feet before you hit it here, commonly-ish.
Yeah,
but
your
you're
whole
right.
Subsurface is just a giant water filter.
That's fucking amazing. I never thought of it. That's great.
Hey, when the zombies come, I'll remember this.
And also in Oregon, where my friend lives, there's a high clay quantity there, I do believe, if I remember correctly, because I used to live there. Lived there for a few months.
Yeah, I did the same trick on the farm I grew up on. Once I learned a little bit about earth science, because the well the property came with, we had the hard water. It was a little sulfury, but it wasn't too bad. And then I was like, we got to re-drill the well anyway, because the neighbor's well was lower than ours, and that motherfucker washed his car every single day all summer long, and so we'd run out of water about the first week of August. And I'm like, you son of a... So we had to re-drill the well anyway. I'm like, well, let's find a nice, clay-rich section. So we had the drill guy go and do bore samples with his auger until we found a big clay deposit.
I was going to ask you if he took the auger out.
Yeah. And we're like, that spot. And boom, down he went. And, good water. Very tasty.
Good water. Nice. See, that's one of the things I got to remember to look for on the farm. I'm glad we had this discussion. I did not, it just never dawned on me. I never thought about it, but I'll have to make sure there's a good high quality of clay in the area before I put the well in. Cause I plan on doing 2 small wells, by the garden and by the animal shed, hand pumps.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm literally going to put a bucket on the ground. You grab a thing of water out of that. You pour it in to prime it. You pump it. You get fucking delicious water for the animals in the garden, any plants or whatever for the greenhouse. So I plan on doing that, but I want to dig a big boy well for everybody to use. So it's going to have to be pretty substantial. Might have to go down deep a little bit, but it's okay. If it's less than 500 feet, it won't shock me because that's what it is here all the time. Could you imagine 500 foot of pipe going from the ground down to your fucking pump? And if your pump goes bad, you got to pull all that pipe out.
We cheat a little bit up here in New York. We put the pump at the top of the hole.
I don't think you can. I think there's an issue with that there, that the pump has to be buried, or I don't know what the fuck it is. I have no idea, but
it's less efficient, but you can still do it.
Everybody does it like that. I don't know.
Is the top pump that damn pump so freaking often? It was right there.
Is it more expensive?
It's a pain in the ass. Every time you get a blackout, you have to reprime it, and you may have to dump hundreds of feet of water in that hole to prime the fucking thing.
That's why they don't do it like that here, because these people are not going to fucking break their ass doing that when they already bust their ass doing 2 jobs and shit. Like, these Hispanic people fucking work their asses off. No joke. They are in every shitty position, busting their ass with a smile on their face every day.
Oh,
it
yeah,
they're my fucking mind. I have so much respect. Much respect for them.
Yeah, when I was doing the LTL, whenever I'd go to the onion farm or the potato farm or whatever, it's all Hispanic workers, and they'll have like the one guy who's the on-site Hispanic supervisor speaks a little bit of English, but it doesn't even matter. You don't even have to find him, because as soon as your truck hits that dock, the doors open and somebody's on there with a forklift getting the shit off. You don't even have to ask; they just do it.
Wow.
They're all on. I'm like, I don't know where the fuck people get this idea that Mexicans are lazy, because I have never seen an American work like that.
I haven't either. And on the fucking industrial farm, guess on the industrial farm, who dealt with the shit on the conveyor belts? Who did all the cleaning of the houses? Tell me. Wasn't any white people I ever saw. They were all BIPOCs. Every single one of them. Whether they were Hispanic, from if they were Burmese, if they were whatever they were, there was like people from people that were Nigerian that worked and did the same shit. They were everything from black to Chinese, literally that whole range of color. And they all were colored people, and they all worked and did the fucking shit work. They killed the chickens. They moved the chickens and got scratched up and hurt all the time, and had to jump up on the cages and shit and risk getting hurt. But if they hurt the chicken one time, you abuse a chicken, you're fired, because they wouldn't put up with that, because that chicken made them money. And by the time the chicken's old enough to lay, every chicken is worth $25 before it lays an egg. And this was in 2014, 15, 16 ish. So a long time ago. And so they're probably worth $40 when they start laying at that point. By the time they're full-time layers and they're a year into laying, they're like, have gained like $16 to $18 worth of value. Like, I've seen the whole scale on it that the company has and how they do it. Like, the algorithm is crazy on it. But until that bird gets so old, and it gets right before that 2 years mark, and then it starts declining in value, because it's the possibility of it not laying eggs. And then as it doesn't lay eggs, as the whole house eggs, then every bird in that house starts declining in value until they're like, not worth it. They pull them all out. They throw them through a grinding machine. They sell all the juices and meat to like dog food companies and stuff like that. And the company that does all the grinding disposes of the bones and whatever's left, beak, blah, 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 feathers. And they literally like strip the chicken. It's a machine that does it all for them. It's very stinky and it's tedious and it's incredibly hard work. And you will bust your ass in that barn. And that barn, who's doing the work? It's a bunch of fucking BIPOCs every fucking time. And they do sometimes four houses back to back. Every single house takes approximately 5 to 7 days, depending on the amount of chickens that are left alive in the house. And they just keep doing that constantly, pulling big metal carts that will weigh 85 pounds, I believe they were each, without the chickens in them. And then they gas them to kill them humanely. They go to sleep, they die, they throw them in the grinder. Over and over and over again. And those guys bust their ass. And there was this one Hispanic dude, and I'd be damned if I can remember his name. He spoke very little English. Very, very nice dude. Huge,
Samuel.
Huge baby. Huge Hispanic guy. He had arms like this. His legs were
he's
huge. He was
huge?
just solid fucking muscle. And that's how I know he wasn't fully Hispanic, because he was like 6'2", and everybody else around him came up to his armpit that he worked with. He was this huge Hispanic dude. So I think
that's
he might have
Joey.
been. I think he might have been partially Hawaiian. That's what he looked like to me. I think he was mixed.
He was
I think he was Mexican
Andre
Hawaiian.
Jr.
But anyways, he was this big fucking dude, and he was the one that dumped the carts, because anybody else, it took 2 or 3 of them to dump the carts because they were so heavy they would pull them out of the barn, and they had to hold onto a bar. So he dumped carts all day, one-handed, holding onto the bar, not 3 people doing it. And he did that work every fucking day with a smile on his face.
I want him tested for steroids too.
Andre.
Nope. Yeah. Should have been Andre. Real talk. Oh my God, I got to get to bed. Okay.
I was coming in to tell you that, and also to say hi to Mikey, because, Mikey's here. So say hi.
I'm watching this dude make a fucking suit of armor that looks like the Mandalorian.
Is he 3D printing, or is he doing it on an anvil?
It's out of steel. So he's got a whole bunch of sweet shit.
He's got he's cutting it with lasers. That's what he's doing, because you have to get those clean cuts. No. He's doing it with a torch.
It might be plasma cutting it off thing. His edits are pretty good.
Plasma. That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
But he's hammering out like most of the shit. It's very impressive.
Nice. Yeah, if you have the blacksmith skills and you have a plasma cutter for metal, you can do some amazing fucking shit. I have seen it done, and it's really fucking cool. Like, just so clean, and they set up the pattern on the machine, and they set it up so it'll come out right on the metal and everything, and they hit go, and that little fucker's just like, and you're like, what the fuck is it doing? And it's moving fast, and you're watching, and you're like, oh shit, that's amazing. And then you see the design start coming out of it. It's pretty fucking incredible stuff. Watch something cut through steel like it's butter.
Everything's
really quick.
Everything's butter. It's an energy.
I might have exaggerated how fast it moves, but it does move really quick for what it is. Pretty impressed by it. Yes, Reggie, machine cut is usually even cleaner than by hand. I agree. It is. They have put a lot of technology and modern engineering into those machines, and they can do some fucking incredible things. For sure.
Ooh.
So well, Beck, your stream has been butter all the way through, so this is great. Welcome back. Strong work.
Butter. Because I said it cut through like butter.
Yeah, this has been butter.
So no, like butter. Everybody loves butter. It's the best thing.
There you go.
I can't believe it's not butter.
All right, you beautiful people. I'm going to end this stream. I think 4 hours and 46 minutes and 30 some odd seconds is enough. Although I love every single one of you, and you know what? You guys have been amazing, and I've missed you, and I'm so glad you're all back. And no, not all of my streams are going to be 5 hours. I'm going to keep them at like 2.5 to 3, which
6
means
hours.
4 in Beck language, because none of us know how to shut up on this channel. And I let everybody go because they're all brilliant. So, anyways, I love you all. I appreciate everybody that came up on the panel. I appreciate all of you in chat. Look for me on Mondays. The time might change from 9 to 10 Eastern, depending on what's going on with my job. I don't know my exact hours yet, and I don't know if I'm working on Mondays, but we'll work that out next week. So I love you all. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other.